Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. I am so grateful to have each and every one of you here in community with us today, whether online via live stream or in person with us in the Cabral Center of the John D. O'Brien African American Institute. Let me take a moment to thank Richard O'Brien for hosting us today in this very cherished and fiercely activist space on our campus. Richard's father, John O'Brien, was the first African American to be appointed to vice president at Northeastern University. He served in that capacity from 1979 until his death on July 3rd, 1992. And during that period, he oversaw the workings of the Institute and provided invaluable leadership in what were often difficult times. After his passing, a longtime staff member described him as a compassionate man who loved people, unpretentious, never flaunting his status or influence, always optimistic, and reminding others to keep things in perspective. A spiritual man who practices Christian beliefs. And at its 25th anniversary in 1993, the Institute was renamed the John D. O'Brien African American Institute. And by naming the building in John's honor, we remember the legacy of a man whose love and guidance profoundly influenced countless lives. I can think of no better place on campus to host today's event. Thank you, Richard and Gregory, and all of the JDO staff for helping us make today a success. So thank you also to our distinguished guests for being here today, especially Andrea John and Michael Dukakis. When we learned of Kitty's passing last spring, we knew that we wanted to do something special to honor her life and legacy, particularly because the Dukakis Center's full designation is the Kitty and Michael Dukakis Center for Urban and Regional Policy, in recognition of the extraordinary work that both of them have done to make the city of Boston, the Commonwealth, and the nation a better place to live and work. And as the former First Lady of Massachusetts and a role model for women's leadership in public service, Kitty Dukakis was never afraid to speak up, a kind of rare courage that is sorely needed in today's troubled times. She persisted long before it was fashionable for female leaders to do so. Up front, that's also who I am. The cat has never gotten this kitty's tongue. I'm blunt and I say what I mean. I cannot tolerate ineptitude or worse, indifference. I have always been a social activist and am proud of it. I care about people, all people, and that's been very evident in all of the causes that she has championed. And while some political spouses shy away from being a public figure, she was what I would call a pragmatic optimist, a pragmatic activist, using her celebrity to make other people's lives better in both big and small ways. Because we know that every small action adds up to something much larger than ourselves. Because I am a public person, there's a certain amount of interest in what happens to me. I would like to put that attention to positive use. In the process of trying to bring my life into balance, I've uncovered aspects of my existence to which I hope others can relate and from which I hope they can learn. So Andrea, John, and Michael, thank you so much for joining us. And Governor, would you like to say a few words?
I'm very grateful to all of you. I had a wonderful, wonderful experience here at Northeastern, as many of you know, for a long time. And Kitty was part of that from the beginning. And of course, I didn't know half the things she was doing.
That's right.
She just never told me. And then I'd find out about it later on. But we had a great relationship, and I miss it terribly. But I miss Northeastern a lot.
Excellent. Well, we are glad that you could be with us and celebrate her life and her legacy. So in keeping with Kitty's legacy, we have designed today's program to bring people together, policymakers, practitioners, community members, and researchers, but not to look back at what has been, but to look forward to what could be. Collectively, over the course of the day, we explore how to make meaningful progress across 4 policy areas that the former First Lady championed: addressing housing insecurity and affordability, destigmatizing mental health and substance use, building resilient urban neighborhoods, and preserving community through the arts. The goal is to form new coalitions across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors that will actively work together to move the needle in each area and fulfill the collective vision of Kitty and Michael Dukakis to build a thriving community that serves the most vulnerable residents of the Commonwealth. And to that end, each panel features a research project funded by the Community to Community Impact Lab at the Dukakis Center, where we have partnered with communities to co-create research evidence that leads to change in policy or practice. Where possible, we have invited our community partners to join us on stage and provide their lived experience and guidance about what solutions we can bring to the table. In this way, we hope to bridge the gap between knowledge and practice, to take action and not just have a convening for the sake of convening. So each panel also comes with an interactive exhibit today. Pay attention. You will be able to learn how to use an interactive data dashboard from the Healthy Neighborhood Study to identify affordable housing. If you noticed in our lobby, we are hosting the Deconstructing Stigma exhibit from McLean Hospital in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month. And finally, if you stick around to the end, you will get a preview of a live art installation from the Boston Public Art Triennial, which calls for all of us to be the better angels that we aspire to be. One last thing I want to highlight as the Dukakis Center moves into its next 25 years is the $4.5 million investment that Northeastern University's Provost Office, thank you, Provost, has brought to the Dukakis Center to expand our capacity for community-engaged research. C2C, or the Community to Community Impact Lab, is how the Dukakis Center has evolved from a think and do tank to an engaged think and do tank, because every successful initiative starts with a trusting relationship. And finally, I'm so delighted to be honored to be able to honor my longtime policy partner and friend, Trinh Nguyen, who has worked tirelessly over the past decade to make Boston the first city in the nation to implement a Mayor's Youth Jobs Guarantee, where every Boston Public School student who wants a summer job now gets one. I'm going to talk more about it later, but we've had over a 10-year partnership that started very much as a think enterprise, right, where we were engaging and providing research evidence. Over time, during the pandemic, we worked together to build 4 new tracks of programming, including a virtual internship program and a Learn and Earn program that is now also hosted here at Northeastern University for Boston Public School students. Mayor Walsh took all of those tracks of programming, invested an extra $4 million of CARES Act programming to provide summer jobs for the same number of youth at the same number of hours at the same rate of pay, because our research had shown that over half of our students were using their summer earnings to help pay a household bill, whether it be rent, utilities, food, etc. We didn't stop there, though. We kept spreading the learning, and then Mayor Walsh became Secretary of Labor Walsh and started hanging out with that guy, and that's where you get President Biden citing Boston and the work it has done as a model for other cities in how to combat youth violence and provide meaningful opportunities for our young people. But, you know, not satisfied to stop there either. We worked hard to build the program back from what had happened during COVID to recruit new employer partners to make sure every job could be filled equitably with the young people who need these opportunities. And that's when Mayor Wu issued the Mayor's Youth Jobs Guarantee in 2024. So we'll talk more about that during the fireside chat, but I just wanted to give you all a little preview there. Okay, and now I have this distinct pleasure to hand things over to Ted Landsmark, who is not only a distinguished professor of public policy and urban affairs, but also the former director of the Dukakis Center and a dear friend and colleague. I have some very big shoes to fill, not only from Ted, but also our other former director who is in the audience, Barry Bluestone. And most importantly, I've learned a lot from Ted and from Barry. From Ted, I hope to carry on his legacy of being a pragmatic activist, much like Kitty Dukakis. I've learned from Ted to choose your battles wisely, but if it's really important, to go down fighting like hell. So, which is why if you stick around until the end of the program, You will get to see him award the Good Trouble Award, named after him, because Ted's known for getting into good trouble, and enjoy a reception in his honor for his years of distinguished service to the university and beyond. Ted Landsmark.
Well, thank you, Alicia. I likewise want to thank Governor Dukakis for being here with family, and Barry Bluestone for putting all of the initial work of the Dukakis Center together and giving us a sense of clarity and purpose. I met Governor Dukakis when I first moved to Boston, emerging from law school. We were together at a law firm called Hill and Barlow, and Mike was the lawyer who was in charge of educating us on professional standards and on how to be a lawyer. And the firm at that time had among its young associates a person named Bill Weld and another person named Deval Patrick. And it was, I think, more than any other law firm almost in the country, a place that educated young, aspiring litigators on how to practice in professional and ethical ways. And I think the things that Mike gave us most were a sense of purpose, a sense of ethics, and a sense of balance. When he was a legislator running for governor for the first time, he made a point of doing his billable hours until 5 o'clock, and then he'd go home and have supper with Kitty. And then he'd come back to the office to continue to do his work after that. And I think we all learned in observing him that as much as we are committed to our sense of mission and our sense of professional practice, he also gave us a sense that we needed to maintain a sense of balance in our lives, a sense that reflected our commitments to our families and to our communities, and a sense that as driven as we might be and as ambitious as we might be in terms of serving our clients and our communities, that we could only do that if we also maintained a sense of balance in our lives and a sense of perspective. And Kitty was integral to that. I learned over time about her commitment to the arts. She and I received doctorates of fine arts from a local university at one point, and I was able to see the way she saw art and culture as integral to the ways in which we establish our personal and community identities. And I, for one personally, learned a tremendous amount from her as a person who was ethical and principled and also effective in her commitment to social justice and to moving us forward. I'll say that this is obviously a very trying time for many of us who hold progressive values, and this is a moment when many people feel a sense of frustration, bordering on depression about what's going on. And when one looks at the life of Kitty, a person who had her own challenges over the course of her life, and look at the way she maintained both a sense of commitment and a sense of optimism about what the future could bring for us, I, for one, am reminded that as hard as things may seem to be at this moment, if we work hard and maintain our commitments, and if we maintain our sense of ethics and principles, we will prevail. And having Mike here and having this moment when we can thank Mike and Kitty for the work that they have done over the decades, I, for one, am reminded of how important it is to maintain a sense of principles and a sense of ethics. So I thank you all for coming, community folk and policymakers and academics and students who are able to be here. We're going to have a terrific day, great conversation, and a way of coming together to think about how we move forward from this moment to continue to advance the values that we feel are most important for social cohesion and for equity. So thank you all for being here, and let's thank the Dukakis for all they've done to inspire us over the years. And we should hear from one of the family members. So Andrea, I'm happy to turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Alicia. And I just want to say, Dad did leave the office at 5 usually, and if he left any later and walked in the door from the subway after 6 p.m., it did not go well with my mother. So I'm Andrea Dukakis, Michael and Kitty's middle child, and I want to thank Northeastern for taking this day to explore issues that were really near and dear to my mother's heart, and thank all of you who are here today. I also want to thank Northeastern for doing what this school does better than any other, making academia real and bringing what you find in the research lab and the classroom into the world. It's why my parents love this school so much. My dad began teaching here almost exactly 35 years ago. I remember him telling me that he loved Northeastern because Northeastern students didn't lock themselves up in ivory towers. Northeastern students studied a lot and cared a lot about what they studied. And the co-op program helped them practice what they learned, to know what the real world is like and how to operate in the real world. This center mirrors that by developing ideas that become things like summer jobs for Boston Public School students who want them, and in countless other ways. Because in the end, it's all about people and connecting to others. In that same way, my mother was motivated by real-life work and connections. She got immersed in issues like mental health, the arts, making sure people had a roof over their heads, because she met people that needed her help. And she didn't have superficial relationships with the people she helped. They became her dear friends. My mother wasn't always one to follow the rules. If she wanted to get people the help they needed, she'd sometimes cut corners and do whatever she could. My husband always liked to say that if he were locked up in some faraway prison, the first call he'd make was to my mother. Sometimes we cautioned her against that rebellious side, but I know my father loved her for it. So thank you, Northeastern, for honoring my parents, for naming this center after them, and for going the distance to honor the issues they care about. I know that wherever my mother is, she's smiling down on us because you're helping take care of the people she cared about. So thanks.
Thank you so much. We're so grateful that you could be here and join us. And John, you'll be joining us on the fireside chat soon. But before that, I'm going to turn it over to my direct boss, Maria Ivanova, Director of the Policy School.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, everyone, for being here today in this very, very special place. It is a privilege to welcome everyone to Northeastern University and to the School of Public Policy and Urban Affairs. That is the home of the Dukakis Center. And thank you, Barry Bluestone, for being the creator of the school that then hosted the Dukakis Center. So today we're seeing intergenerational continuity, and we pay tribute to everyone who has come before us, and we're here because of everyone who will come after us. This is what we do in academia. We build on our ancestors, and we create the future. So today, we are here to honor the life and legacy of one of our ancestors, of Kitty Dukakis. Governor, professor, welcome home. This is a university where you built a career and where you educated and inspired countless generations of students and public policy servants. We're trying to do that today. It's difficult. It's harder. But we have inspirational role models. And Kitty Dukakis was not one of those. She was a central figure in that space. So today, we gather to reflect, yes, on what was accomplished, but also to imagine a future. Imagine a different future of leadership. And this is why we're here. Because if you turn around, look what's on that wall. Dream. Design a different future. Dream up a different future and stand for it. That's what the Policy School at Northeastern does. We bring up the next generation of public servants and public leaders. I often say that to be a leader, you have to be a follower. To be a leader, you need to be a servant. You need to be of service to the public, whether it's local, here in Roxbury, in Boston, in the United States, or whether it's global, in the various countries that we work as faculty, as students, as those who have dedicated our lives to the public of the world. So thank you, Governor, Professor, for what you have created here. We're building on it. Kitty Dukakis represented a form of public leadership that was grounded in courage, in compassion, in honesty, and deep humanity. And this is what we celebrate today. She spoke openly about mental health and addiction when no one else dared to. She also championed the arts that are essential to human dignity and to community, not a decoration. This is what we have done in the Policy School. You all will have the Policy School reports around on the tables, because one of our central initiatives now is the policy and the arts. How do we inspire? We often say people don't change behavior because of facts. They change because of feelings. And it is the arts coming together with policy that inspire a different future and inspire us to design the future that we want to build. And so today, we celebrate the center. We celebrate the various centers coming out of it. It is a core. And we celebrate Ted Landsmark as its director and the new director, Alicia Modestino, who will take the Kitty and Michael Dukakis Center into a new level of leadership. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Alicia. And now I would like to invite my direct boss to the podium, the Provost, Beth Winkelstein.
Okay, so I'm going to make everybody nervous here. I was rewriting my remarks as everybody was speaking, which should make some folks nervous. I'm not going to do that because I know better than to do that, and I really know better than to do that when we have distinguished guests among us. I do want to say one thing. The governor and I were talking before this event about the challenging times in higher ed. And for some of you who know, I just finished my first academic year here at Northeastern. So it's an interesting time to have switched institutions. But as I stood there listening to just the introduction for this event in all these speakers, I'm reminded and reinforced about why I came here. this is an awesome institution. And we were talking about that a little bit, and so I hope you don't mind that I've let some folks into our private conversation, Governor, but I think that it's really important to say that before I read the official remarks that I have, that this was an easy move because of all of the things, all of the actions, the ethics, the approach, the mission, and the delivery of what Northeastern does, not just for Northeastern, but for the entire community. And as you've heard from others before me, the articulation of what that means. So I just wanted to add that personal comment here and to thank everybody for their continued and future leadership. So I'm delighted to be here. I wish I could be here for the entire event because, as you can tell, this is something near and dear to my heart. I don't get typically emotional often in my job, but doing good work like the Dukakis Center is really one of the reasons that I'm drawn to academia. This center was established, as you've heard, over 25 years ago as a think and do tank with a small staff committed to providing Northeastern University with the capacity to do state-of-the-art applied research on a broad range of urban issues. Those challenges, as you've heard and know, oopsie, that's what happens. It's all right. I'm used to PowerPoint. Those challenges range from affordable housing and local economic development to workforce training and transportation planning. I'm going to just give you a trigger warning. I'm going to repeat a lot of what you've already heard. The teacher and educator in me does believe in the rule of three, so there's nothing wrong with hearing it again and again. It's one of the few institutions to bear the name of not only our former governor, but also the First Lady, who had, as we know, and as you've heard, and as bears repeating, tremendous impact on the civic life here in the Commonwealth, and whose memory we're delighted to honor today. Since its start, the Dukakis Center has broadened its mission and geographical reach with the launch of the Community to Community Impact Lab. The lab, as you know, is designed to accelerate community-engaged research, not just in Boston, but also across all of Northeastern's global campuses. Centering the wisdom of community voices, C2C is a conduit, not just for doing research, but also for advancing equitable practices and policies to address today's most pressing problems across our communities. As you might imagine, fostering trusting relationships between academic researchers and community or government partners is essential. It's also quite challenging. Only through interdisciplinary collaboration can we tackle large, intractable issues, such as creating affordable housing, addressing mental health and substance abuse issues, designing sustainable climate-resilient cities, and building community through the arts and the built environment, all of which you've heard about, but you will hear much more about today. These are the issues that Kitty Dukakis cared deeply about, and they are exactly the kinds of problems that we are uniquely positioned to work on in partnership with communities. This is because of Northeastern and the Dukakis Center's long history of working collaboratively across policy areas and in real time with policymakers and communities. These social challenges often do not fit neatly into our academic disciplines or semesters or any of the other academic constructs. And they require incorporating the lived experience of those affected to find truly equitable and effective solutions. Now, the Dukakis Center considers itself to be an engage, think, and do tank because the possibilities are truly endless when we connect with diverse problem solvers, such as everyone in this room and beyond, to create measurable change in our communities. I want to just close by thanking you all for your incredible and very important work, and congratulations to the Center on the 25th anniversary. And now I will turn it back to Alicia to get things underway. Thank you all for being here.
Can I just say, on a personal note, I got to meet our new provost. Notice she's wearing sneakers because she has to run literally to the next thing. And she also hit the ground running when she first got here, like joining in our whole senior leadership retreat before she actually was here in Boston or anything. So right from the start, when I met her over Zoom, I knew she was like one of us, definitely. So I'm delighted that you were able to come, Beth. Thank you so much. I am now going to move on and introduce our keynote speaker, Trinh Nguyen. I'm going to tell you formally who Trinh is, and then I'm going to tell you personally who Trinh is. So Trinh is the chief of the Worker Empowerment Cabinet at the City of Boston. The Cabinet's mission is to advance the well-being of all working Bostonians in both the public and private sectors through skills and career development for youth and adults, advanced training in post-secondary education, and the promotion of progressive labor standards and worker protections. So this is not your dad's Office of Workforce Development. This is definitely that on steroids. Prior to that, she was the Office of Workforce Development Director, and she launched a whole bunch of initiatives that we got to work together on, many of them. Tuition-free community college. Anyone heard about that? Yep, that was her. The Greater Boston American Apprenticeship. Yep, that's her. Career pathways that lead to living wage jobs in healthcare, clean energy, and construction sectors, also known as like the big, giant, good jobs grant that Boston got. She also created Boston Saves, the city's children's savings account program. And then even prior to that, Trinh was the chief of staff at the Boston Housing Authority. So she bleeds green for Boston at this point, okay? Trinh has nearly 27 years of leadership in legislative affairs, resource development, organizational leadership. She's currently chair of the Neighborhood Jobs Trust. She's a trustee of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I mean, her influence extends well beyond Boston. She's a board member at Franklin Cummings Institute of Technology. She's a trustee at Bunker Hill. She is in every organization that's connected to workforce. You might wonder, like, how do we end up talking about housing and education and healthcare when we're workforce people? Because it's all connected, right? And she does it all. Trin's also a Sloan MBA. She was a community fellow at MIT's Department of Urban Planning, and that's where she honed her data-driven decision-making chops. And that's actually where we started. When I first sat down with Trinh, I wanted to work on evaluating the Summer Youth Employment Program, and she was kind of wary of me, as she should be, of all academics who want to come and evaluate anything for you, I'll just say with a word of warning. And she said, I can't pay you. And I was like, that's okay, we're gonna go out and get our own funding. And we did. We got like over $1 million from William T. Grant to do summer youth employment research. And she said, look, I don't have time for reports and stuff like that. She's like, you tell me what works and what doesn't, because I have limited resources and I just need to do more of what works and less of what doesn't. And I was like, I'm there. Like, you had me at go. And ever since then, it's just been such an honor and a pleasure to work with you. So, Trinh, thank you so much. And without further ado, I give you my policy partner and friend, Trinh Nguyen.
Thank you so much. Actually, when Alicia had, just a quick clarification, one is that when Alicia had named all those projects, I couldn't have done it with our staff team day in and day out. And the second piece on, I don't have time and give me this and that. Yes, that is true. But what we wanted to do for the city of Boston and for government is, find out what works in academia. What are the proven evidence-based social intervention methods that work, and operationalize some of those great policies that we spend so much time in researching, passing on a legislative level from the feds, from the state. And then once it trickles down at the end of the day, what works for our neighborhoods and for our people really, really matters. And so that is why we drill down on policy and the research and the academic, which we have very rich of in the city of Boston, which is 32. And so we want to make sure that it is not marginalized, the schools are not marginalized, but to use your best practices and your research to the day-to-day and change and also improve the city and residents in which we live in. I want to thank the Dukakis Center for the great work, the resources, the think tank, the thought partnership. I want to also thank the Dukakis family for your energy, your commitment, and love for this work. I'd be remiss to say that my mother-in-law, Dr. Constance Williams, was Governor Dukakis' chief of policy from 1983 to 1987. She remembers you like there's no tomorrow. She wanted me to just say that you are or were her best boss. And so I wanted to make sure I relayed that to you. She worked as a chief of policy for human services and the public welfare and public health and the Department of Public Services. Some things don't change in government when you have long titles. I also want to thank, we're here today to really think about and thank Mrs. Kitty Dukakis. And we want to make sure that it's not just a recognition and acknowledgement moment. We want to make sure that we absorb those values and learn from that history and be so compelled and inspired to make that change. And so I want to thank the legacy, the love for this work from the Dukakis family. I also wanted to thank Dr. Ted Landsmark for his leadership and dedication as the center's director, his long-time commitment and love to the city of Boston, and still with various mayors. And I worked for the city, and in my role in different capacity for 17 years, 4 mayors, 4 different administrations. I actually know where the bodies are buried, and I'm not Italian, and I'm not Irish. So I feel for you, Dr. Ted Landsmark. And just a fun fact that Ted Landsmark used to have my job, and I hope that I've been in this job for about 13 or 14 years, so I hope I can feel like maybe a fraction of that. I also want to thank and acknowledge Dr. O'Brien for the space, but then also for his leadership for the city of Boston. So deep appreciation for Northeastern, the center. And thank you, Provost Beth Winkelston, and Policy School Director Maria Ivonica for her support to the mission and for the Dukakis Center. And I would not be, my direct boss is not here, Mayor Michelle Wu. I would be remiss if I did not thank Mayor Wu for her incredible commitment and leadership, and the administration for her unconditional love for the city and its residents, and for her continued commitment to make Boston a competitive and strong city, including making Boston the safest city, the greenest city, when everybody is shying away from that, and a home for everyone. So I want to just say a little bit about our cabinet's work, and then also go through briefly the work that we've done with the Dukakis Center for the last 10 to 12 years. Mayor Wu in 2022 created the Worker Empowerment Cabinet because she wanted to elevate and make sure that workforce development is the pillar of the city of Boston. And our mission is to advance the well-being of all Boston residents in the public and private sectors through policy around improved workplace conditions and expanding both economic opportunities such as training, quality jobs and career pipelines, and financial education. And with our partners, some of you here today, I see the Boston Foundation, the PIC, many of you, Sail Boston, community-based organizations, advocates, residents. Thank you. And under Mayor Wu's leadership in the last 4 years, we've raised over $100 million to support career training, registered apprenticeship programs, learn and earn models, industry credentials, and pathways into good-paying jobs to meet employer demands. Some of those policies that were seeded in evidence-based practices were born out of the Dukakis Center. We've also placed 41,211, I'm counting every single one, every summer job, because you know what? Every young person makes a huge difference in making this city great in our summer jobs. And we trained over 179 residents, with 114 reaching licensure in commercial driver's license. Our Power Core and clean energy and climate coastal resilience is one of the most robust in the country. And through our regional Good Jobs Challenge with employers and institutions, we've trained and placed over 3,500 individuals on a pace to meet our ultimate goal of 4,618 by the end of September, to good paying jobs, into healthcare, clean energy, and childcare. Again, this is the first kind of its nation. And we don't back down, because when we initially got this Good Jobs Challenge, it's not just a grant, but it's a challenge to ourselves on how we better serve. And everybody, including the Fed, said, you know what, Trin, maybe this is too ambitious for y'all. Can you lower down your goals, and can you make sure that you have the feasibility metrics to meet it? And you know what we said? No. We want the gold standards for our residents, and we're going to make it happen. And we don't need just grants or federal standards and regulations to show us how much we love serving our communities and our residents and making this city great, which is why I think it really resembles and reflects Mayor Wu's love and commitment to grow this city in the right way. And I have to say, at the end of September, we will not only meet but exceed by training and placing over 4,600 residents into good-paying jobs within the 3 growth industries. We've done one-on-one coaching with over 4,000 clients, averaging a decrease in debt of $6,000. Imagine replicating that, and that is just so key outcomes for the people who we want to serve. Our Office of Labor Protection has passed 2 new laws to protect workers in construction safety and heat-related illnesses. And Boston is among the first in the nation to implement worker protections from excessive heat. We've also worked with 4 Worker Center to provide multilingual training, support for workers' rights, and referred hundreds of cases to ensure that wage theft and other violations don't happen in this great city. And an exemplary model of partnerships and city. I know many of you know me, and I have to say that I'm probably not fake. We're really data-driven, and we want to know policy and data, but we also want to make sure we operationalize that and make sure that we're meeting and delivering for the city of Boston. And nowhere is there such a great partnership than the Dukakis Center and the work that we've done with Northeastern. So thank you so much. I just want to really talk about the partnership of Northeastern and Boston. I mean, when it first started, Boston YMCA is one of the top research institutions and key partners for the city. And when it came to addressing critical urban needs through collaborative research and data analysis, Northeastern, and then now the Dukakis Center has been there in the past 125 years. And that was way back then for Boston's YMCA. And some of the key initiatives that we've done in the last decade was, for example, we've teamed up with the Dukakis Center and co-created research evidence and put it into practice. Our training for workers without a bachelor's degree was a key priority to our cabinet. In 2019, a foundational report on workers around bachelor's degree led to a greater collaboration with employers to determine what skills are in high demand and help these untapped workers acquire right credentials through City Academy and registered apprenticeship programs. That was done right here from Northeastern and the Dukakis Center. We developed tuition-free community college. We did data tracking early in 2016 with Dr. Landsmark and Dr. Modestino and the Dukakis Center. We helped improve program implementation, evaluation of outcomes in 2020. We showed that students who participated in tuition-free community college were 3 times more likely to graduate from community college than their peers. And this led to Mayor's Wu expansion to our tuition-free community college to over 2,000 residents. And 2 years ago, Governor Healy created Mass Educate and Mass Reconnect based from our research and our work from our TFCC. Today, the state has tuition-free community colleges for eligible residents across Massachusetts with over $100 million annual commitments, serving 24,000 new enrollees around the state, which is a 45% increase for students. We've also done youth credit building initiatives, which was used by the Department of Labor to show that there's a causal evidence from the study that Alicia Modestino had led to credit building for young people. We've also done the Climate Ready Workforce Action Plan, which already leads to funding for the city of Boston and climate and coastal resilience. And last but not least, we've really ramped up our summer jobs program, as Alicia had outlined for you. And this research over the course of 10 years produced clear research evidence showing that program improves social and emotional skills, increases academic aspirations. And we found that these program experiences are linked to long-term outcomes over the next 1 to 4 years, such as reducing violent crimes by 35%, increasing high school graduation and college enrollment, and boosting employment and wages for young people down the road. Since we have institutionalized this research, we went from a $4.6 million to a $24 million annual investments with Mayor Wu under the leadership of Allison Vereni, who is the executive director of the Youth Employment Opportunities. And that, I just want to ask Dr. Ted Landsmark, how am I doing after taking a job in your footstep? I got a thumbs up. And that is just some examples to show you the key model of learning, studying in academia, and then creating that collaboration and that deep commitment and true transparency to get results for the city and make government work better and stronger for our cities and for our residents. It's one of many models that we use. We presented it at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where they had over 97 to 120 member cities. We've also presented a lot of the work that we've gone through, and we've presented at the National League of Cities, where I serve on committees, and that has over 2,700 member municipalities. And so the work is not just within the center, the work replicates around the city and around the country as well. And just think about the days that you work. I know you all academics are crunching numbers, thinking about policies, but think about what you can do for government and continue your commitment for the city of Boston. Those little things grow up to huge legacies and decades of improvements over time. I want to thank you for your relentless, unconditional support for the city and to work hand in hand with government. Thank you all, and thank you for your resources, your in-kind, your pro bono work over decades. We look forward to pushing our dreams and our commitments further. Thank you so much.
So I told you she's the real deal, right? I am inviting Trin to sit with us up here for a little brief fireside chat. I know we're a little bit behind. But I'm going to also invite Ted to come up with us, as well as John Dukakis. And we're just going to, have a little chat and ask Trin, like, how does this magic actually happen? I do the research. Trin, calls me at 8 o'clock at night and says, please send me whatever I need to make this pitch. But I don't really know how it gets from that to being policy, right? So that's a little bit of what I'm trying to uncover here. So Trin, you're on the hot seat. And I've been told we'll need to use the microphones so that the live stream audience can hear us. And we're supposed to follow the Joseph Aoun technique of using microphones, meaning holding them very close to yourself. So get used to it. Y'all are rock stars now. All right, I'm going to kick us off a little bit and ask, a lot of organizations say that they're data-driven, Trin, but they rarely work closely with researchers, at least in the way that we do. And they truly don't quite develop these direct actions that are based on analysis of existing data. So how do you develop this kind of data-driven culture within the Worker Empowerment Cabinet? There's like a whole table back there of amazing people that I have worked with, which I'm so delighted. 2 tables, like wave your hands in the air. These are like the rock stars that I get to work with like all the time. I just cleared out the entire Worker Empowerment Cabinet for this lunch, so hopefully somebody's minding the store back there. But tell us, how do you build this culture within your cabinet?
I think just quickly, we look at, first and foremost, we listen and understand and research trends in the community and articulate some of the challenges, issues, and priority areas for residents and the neighborhoods. We then compare it to the Boston Planning and Development Agency. Ted Landsmark is still the board member, does regional plans, and we make sure that what the residents' needs are aligned to those plans, which are data-driven. And then we work with institutions to look at evidence-based practices shown that social intervention or any kind of policy intervention works. And then we go through it, and we have a consensus amongst our senior staff, which policies, which interventions would work, and then we put together a tracking and data management systems and have different iterations every quarter to say, does this work? How doesn't it work? And how can we make improvements? So data is extremely important. Evidence-based practices is important, but it doesn't always is the driver, because sometimes the needs of communities and residents, if it doesn't match up and those trends are not hitting the grounds, what we need to do is recalibrate our strategies to make sure that that it meets the identified needs. And so the iteration, the structure, the process improvement, and the accountability and the check-ins are really important to the day-to-day, the operations, and the structure. Benchmark that against the data and the policies and the city's plans.
Trin, I have a question that follows on that. These are really tough times, particularly given federal funding and the like. How do you maintain the enthusiasm and sense of purpose of your staff throughout all of the cuts that have been taking place?
I actually think I could. You can ask our staff. I mean, we have a lot of benchmarks that we really set forth. But I think that we have to figure out a very entrepreneurial way to leverage resources. So, for example, Boston is very rich in our educational institutions. We have 34 actually within the boundaries of the city limits. We also have over 500 different nonprofits. We have hospitals. We still have really strong competitive jobs and openings for our talent pool. And so we have to look at ways in which we can leverage employer relationships, corporations, new ones that are coming in, the innovation economy. Last night I was at an event that was hosted by Flagship, which is venture capitalists, with the mayor and 50 other tech companies to talk about innovation. And a lot of that conversation came out from deep collaboration and commitment, and not necessarily federal funding, even though federal funding is a major priority. But we are looking at that. We are managing the risks around federal funding being paused, being sued, getting it back on track, and then thinking about the future. But we really have to think about creative human capital, which we are number one at. And so it really forces us to look at entrepreneurship amongst ourselves, the talent, the thinking, and then thinking things that are differently, and how do we work with what we have and the current resources that we have. Boston maintains its AAA bond rating for the last 13 years, and we've also have a strong budget of approximately $4.3 billion. And so we've balanced it according to state mandates and the legislation. We're one of the healthiest cities in which to compete. However, what we need to do, which the mayor is doing, is prioritizing human capital. And we really have to look and leverage that.
I'm feeling a little underqualified here today, but it's fascinating to hear of the work that's being done, and it reminds me that one of the things that my mother had was passion about everything that she did. All of those, the projects that have been referred to before her refugee resettlement issues, she brought a certain passion and a lot of impatience, frankly, which I think served her well. And, you know, from our family's standpoint, the work of the Dukakis Center, a center that we didn't know very much about when it first started, but we knew that Barry Bluestone could get anything done, because when it comes to passion, Barry is that, and that it has continued so well with Ted and now Alicia, who have also brought an incredible energy to this, and so happy that this intersection between government and academia, which was not always the case, has taken place, and that Northeastern has really had such a vital role to play. Growing up in Brookline, Northeastern was a very different institution in my youth, but there's a certain scrappiness in the DNA which has continued, and I think is one of the reasons that such extraordinary work is being done.
Yeah, I think that it's just been a great opportunity. And you mentioned, what was the word that you used? Impatient with progress. I'll just say, like, academics aren't known for being quick on the draw with results, responding to emails even, right? But there's something about Trin and her team that really engenders the importance of the work that we're doing that makes that necessary, right? So that impatience is there, and they're not going to wait for some, publication to come out 3 years from now to tell us what to do, because we need to do something right now, and that's what I find really exciting. So, we usually, it is think and do, but it's think, do, like publish later, because there's stuff to be done right now. So I want to catch us up a little bit, and I wanted to just take this opportunity to talk with Trin, to hear a little bit more about her story, but also to thank her and her entire team. And so today, we are going to present Trin and her worker empowerment team with the first ever Engage, Think, and Do award from the Dukakis Center. So I want if all of the summer jobs folks could come up and be part of this as well. So Rashad, I see you back there, Allison, Trin, or Lynn, folks, Sarah, Sarui. I mean, it's not a one-person effort, right? Yeah, who am I missing back there? Katie Gall, get up here. Nora, Joe, the whole team, come up here. Because as much as, Trin has been leading the way here, and, we have lots of conversations about how do we make things happen, it's meeting, come on up on stage back here. It's meeting every 2 weeks to talk about what's going on in the data. I mean, Trin mentioned, hey, when the data doesn't match up with the lived experiences on the ground, we have to go back and recalibrate. I can't tell you how many times I got on the Zoom with Rashad and said, hey, guess what? I found this in the data. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, that's because this employer partner dropped out. Or we released the application, 2 weeks later than we thought. So I don't know how people do this kind of research and this kind of work without being in partnership with all of these people, because it takes an entire village, right, to actually make policy. And that was kind of the point of really being able to honor you and all of the work that you do here, because it is all the little things that add up. The one thing I learned when I would sit next to Michael Dukakis in faculty meetings was it's all about the little things, because the little things add up to the big things. And so, it's been 12 years now, but who thought all these little steps of learn and earn programs and, developing, virtual internships and job matching albums, credit building workshops. I mean, it is all come full circle and together. And I'm looking at Nora, who's like my newest best friend here, of some of the work we're doing with, getting 1,000 kids $1,000 to start Roth IRAs this summer. How insane is that? But Boston's like, yeah, we'll do that. We're with you. So thank you so much. I'm very honored to give you all the very first ever Engage, Think, and Do Award. A big round of applause for this team. All right, we are going to take a super short break because I'm like way behind. I obviously count things in academic time, not in real time. I do want to tell you a few things, though, as we are taking our first ever coffee break here. This is our schedule for the rest of the day. So we're going to have 4 panels. Please come and stay for whatever you can. And then at the end of the program, we have 2 student awards that we'll be giving out. The first is the Kitty Dukakis Against All Odds Award that will be given by the Massachusetts Historical Society, and then the Ted Lansmark Good Trouble Award. And then we'll have some closing remarks and reflections from Richard O'Brien before we have a little birthday party for Ted. During this coffee break, please do scan these QR codes. One gives you more information about the day. The other one lets you ask questions, whether you're online or in the room, through Slido. So this will be a very interactive session as opposed to what you just saw where we just lectured at you for an hour. Honestly, it will be way more interactive. 2 other things. Before everyone goes or breaks or whatever, I want to say, if you enjoyed lunch, if you enjoyed being in this space, if you like the tablecloths, if you think the flowers are beautiful, please say thank you to Michelle Rosenthal in the back. She's going to raise her hand. If you thought that, the signs out front were amazing, any of the marketing, the communications, the photography, whatever, was amazing, please thank Bev Bellaro in the back. She's going to raise her hand. Adam from PACnet is our master online. If anything goes wrong with the live stream, it's his fault. No, thank him profusely for his time and his services. And also where are my volunteers? There's Sakshi over there, who's been my webmaster. There's several other students. I don't know where they may have gone to at this point, but please know, just like Trin, for me, this takes an entire village to do. So thank you very much. We will take a quick 5-minute break so I can try to get us back on track. Thank you. Our first panel today is going to be on addressing housing insecurity and affordability. I'll be moderating. I have an amazing panel. I recruited them. Yes. And all their bios are online. So we're not going to do the bio thing. I'm really just going to give the one-sentence introduction as each one of them speaks here. I carefully coordinated pictures so you could, match a face to a name and figure out who everybody is. I'm going to start. There we go. Yeah, we got you. So I'm just going to kick us off a little bit with setting the stage here. So what do we know about housing and housing affordability? So I actually, I failed to mention at the beginning of our talk here that the Boston Foundation has been a generous sponsor of this event, but also the Dukakis Center has had a very long history with the Boston Foundation, doing the Greater Boston Housing Report Card, which Barry did the very first one back in 2000. Actually, that was the only one, I think, that wasn't with the Boston Foundation, but instead was with the Roman Catholic Archdiocese and a couple of other organizations that are listed there. And, this housing has been a long time policy issue for Kitty Dukakis. And reading her book, I came across this really interesting anecdote where, there's an article that was written about a campaign event that kind of suggested she had just sort of like waltzed into this housing organization. She said, "I did not go waltzing into a shelter for the first time during my husband's campaign. I became involved in 1983 when the cause of homelessness emerged as a national issue. I was co-chair of a commission on the homeless that moved thousands of people from shelters, hotels, and motels into permanent housing while raising $1.3 million for the Fund for the Homeless. It is just one of the activities which I have been vigorously involved." And so we were really proud to carry that tradition forward with the Housing Report Card for a good 20 years. And now the Housing Report Card has been brought largely in-house through Boston Indicators. And that's where I've gotten every one of my other slides. So that's why I wanted to acknowledge up front where this came from. I don't have to tell anyone in this room that there's a lot of people who want to live and work here. And you can see population has still been increasing, even though we've had a few little dips here and there with less international immigration. But we really don't build enough to keep up with demand. So we have these peaks and valleys here, but as you can see in terms of the number of housing units that have been permitted by year in Massachusetts, we're at an all-time historic low. And we had a little bit of a jump up after the pandemic, but permitting has fallen since then. And this is despite our best efforts to increase production post-COVID, right? So you see, we did have an uptick in terms of housing completions at the end of COVID, but we haven't really been permitting very much. And you can see the sharp decline in the permitting rate from even 2001 to 2025. That's a 44% drop right now, right? And housing's all about the pipeline, right? We don't build things like that, right? So if you're not permitting, you're not building. And it's going to take a really long time to get there because the permitting process is incredibly long. Some places have done better than others, and this is something I work with the Massachusetts Housing Partnership very closely, and one of the things that they have highlighted over time is it's not Boston, everybody. Boston produces a lot of affordable housing. It's everything around Boston. Not everything, because there are a lot of communities that are producing affordable housing, but it's not evenly distributed is the point of that. And basic economics, like I tell my students, if you can't explain it with supply and demand, there's something wrong. We can explain this with supply and demand. When supply is below demand for a very long time, we see prices increasing dramatically, and not just house prices, right, but it also trickles into the rental market as well, to the point where Boston is in the top 5 in terms of house prices. And look at this, 36 greater Boston municipalities have a median single-family home price above $1 million. We all knew Wellesley was above $1 million in terms of median home price, but not 36 greater Boston communities. And although rents are going up everywhere across the country, Boston is still in the top 5 for rents. And we kind of swap here and there between New York, Boston, San Francisco, but we're consistently up there. And the thing is, you might say to yourself, yeah, but people make higher incomes here, so it's okay if the rent is too damn high. It's not okay that the rent is too damn high because the incomes don't keep up with where the rents are. And so we have nearly half of all households are cost burdened either cost burdened or severely cost burdened, and obviously the impacts are bigger for Black and brown households, which leaves more people who are turning to shelters or without any housing. So back full circle, right, to the issue that Kitty raised way back when, worrying about where will people live. We are a right to shelter state, so we do put a lot of people in shelters, but that is not where ideally we would like them to be. So now you know, right, what the facts are, and the question is, what can we do to address housing insecurity and affordability in Greater Boston and the Commonwealth? And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Patrice Williams, who is Assistant Professor of Participatory Action Research and a Provost Impact Fellow here at Northeastern University, and her policy partner, Robin Gibson, who is an emerging scholar from the Healthy Neighborhoods Study.
Thank you, Alicia, for setting us up and for also the introduction. So again, Patrice Williams.
And Robin Gibson.
And so today what we're going to really talk about as members of the Healthy Neighborhoods Research Consortium, like what it is that we've done, how this whole thing started, which is a little bit over almost 12 years now.
Yeah.
It started going, the whole thing was about the connection between housing and health. And then how do these people from so many different expertise, backgrounds, how do we work together to try to address this and try to intervene on that? So we use participatory action research as our methods of engaging and making sure everyone's on equal footing. And then as everyone's been talking about so far, it's not just about asking a question to just see like, oh, I'm curious, what would happen? You know, what would be the findings? It's all about intentionality of action, intervening. So we're going to give an example of that, where we're generating information with the intention of acting on an issue that's very important to our members. So just to set us up, the Healthy Neighborhoods Research Consortium started about 2015. It consists of residents across 9 different communities across the greater Boston area, 3 north of Boston, 3 neighborhoods within Boston, 3 cities south of Boston. It includes at least a minimum of 5 residents from these different communities. We also have a node grassroots organization that is based in each of these communities. We also have public and regional partners, and we have academic partners like myself. And so this work we've been doing, we've been generating or operating the Healthy Neighborhood Study, which is, as far as we know, the largest mixed methods data set from a resident's perspective on how neighborhood change is impacting health equity. It's a longitudinal, multi-site participatory action research project. So Robin is going to talk about a little bit more about that.
Definitely. So what makes the Healthy Neighborhood Study so important is that it's horizontal. We all go in with equal contributions to the work. It's a way of also changing the method of an outsider coming in to solve a problem versus how can we as residents that are most impacted by whatever the development is or the research, how can we actually be a part of this? And so HNS did that by training residents to be resident researchers, and all of us coming together for many years to actually create a survey that is over 45 minutes long and survey almost 4,000 residents in these 9 communities. We would come together every season to analyze the data. And so we didn't do that. It wasn't just Dr. Patrice who was over here analyzing this data. It was all of us together with these community-based organizations, academia, and our residents that are so powerful.
And just like what Robin was saying, like, how do we do this? What does PAR look like for us? So just to explain it, it's 2 principles. It's saying that, 1, the best way to understand a complex problem is by trying to solve it. The next one is the people closest to the problem are in the best position to solve that problem. And so the whole way how we work is that even as academic institutions, public entities, regional partners, our roles is more so as using our skill set to further the agenda that's driven by the residents and grassroots organizations. Their experiences is being centered. What it is that's important to them, what are the research questions, what are the actions? The whole questions we're asking is intentional with what's the action and how can we continue to learn to get closer to actually solving that problem together. And so that has led to the development of some tools. And so a lot of this work, like I said earlier, we've been doing it since the inception, but the work we're going to be talking about is work we've been working on, I would say, for the last 6 years or so. And some of it has been developing an affordability report card from where residents, developers, city officials could be using, when we're assessing different development, is this in alignment with what the community wants? And then part of filling in that report card, residents were like, we need some information about what's going on at the neighborhood level. Like, can we get a larger context to help influence this? So that led to developing the housing mapper. Another question was, we need to know who are these different developers and who are these different entities engaging in our communities? Is there any way you can let us know, like, what's their portfolio size? Are these huge evictors? Are these the type of people we want coming and putting development in our community? So that led to development of another tool called Who Owns Mass. So these are different tools that we've developed together to help answer questions that was most important to us. So today we're just gonna dive into two of them, and Robin's gonna lead off to the affordability scorecard.
So I'm just going to lead off with the question that we all came together to really think about after years of getting this data, being able to have a tool around it and utilizing it. What are those actions? And the question that we all thought about was, what would it look like to live in an ideal environment? And the number one thing that people thought about was affordability and access. And so this led us to the questions of what is affordability. And Dr. Patrice will get into the housing mapper and tool that really helped us come up with this. But as H&S, we decided, how can we empower residents? We can't control what developers do, we can't control the priorities of the city or the state, but how can we empower residents to maybe start those conversations with developers, to see the changes that are happening in their community and be a part of that change. A part of our research also showed that if you are a resident and you are able to actually have more ownership over what is happening in your community, you as an individual become healthier. So if we can think about that for whole communities that have been marginalized, what would that look like? And so this is one little piece that we decided to go into. And so the first section is really about affordability. So you'll see that this is a way, and we've actually created journals for people to really put their observations and have a legend of, is this development good? Is this green? Is this good for us as a community? Or is it not? Is it red? Is it something that we need to ask more questions around? And so what you see here on the other side, the neighborhood context, is the housing stock. And Dr. Patrice Williams will get into how we actually get those numbers later on. I can do it, I'm sorry. And so in this scorecard, I'm just going to briefly go through all the sections. The second section is really about standards for proposed development. So before development happens, what does it look like to get community engagement, insight, and alignment? And so going through those different questions on how is the community aligned with these proposed developments. The second section is about evaluating existing developments. As we said, you know, we don't have many developments and new housing on the market. And so how are we looking at what's going on right now? And so giving people the tools to look and the questions to think about their current state of living, like the types of housing and how the building is managed, is empowering for many people, which is what we saw in our workshops throughout the year. And then, of course, community-defined affordability. And this is where we'll talk a little bit more about the idea of even using median income versus AMI to really talk to developers, to think about what is it not just based off of the top up, but really in your own ideal world, how much would you pay for this development? And so then finally, you all can see all of the sections. This is something that is accessible to everyone. This is something that we've worked with also with neighborhood development associations, with community grassroots organizations, and also with potential developers. So hoping that we could continue to keep on going and keep that yeah, keep the affordability scorecard in people's minds. Yes. Go ahead.
No problem. So we're going to use an example of work as, like, Robin is a representative of Mattapan. She was the site coordinator for that section. So we gave an example of, like, one of the developments that was being proposed. And this is an example of the website, but if you go to hns.mit.edu, you can see all of our data tools. They're all there, and they're easily accessible. But for this particular project at the time, we didn't know what they were proposing for a one bedroom. We were looking at what was the percent of affordable units that they were proposing, and then taking that information, trying to start understanding, okay, is this something that's going to be ideal for our community or not? If we use the area median income, that is what it was in 2019 to 2023, versus when we look at the actual neighborhood where this development's going to be, that is the actual median income of the people who live in those neighborhoods, which is a very stark difference in how much it is. And then we're looking at change over time. Like, the part of the question was like, does this landlord have a history of evictions? Well, we created a tool to help answer that question, like Who Owns Mass tool, where you can look up and understand the different portfolios of you can look it up by address and also the name of the developer or landlord. And then we're also looking at how the housing stock has changed over time. So just to help give this in reality, I'm going to show a quick video of how this website works. So this is the website. You type in a census tract or why is this not working? Oh, right there. Uh-oh. Let's see. Alicia? I think you said it was
I think you all can see while Dr. Patrice is getting that together how much of a mismatch that actually is, and why is this information and data the one that is being used, especially in our communities, to create developments that may not reflect what is actually there.
Thank you. So we type in that census tract of where that development is being proposed. This is on the mapper. It would zoom in and show you, okay, where that census tract is in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood. Gives you a little bit of a breakdown of the information. But then when we go to neighborhood characteristics for that specific neighborhood, you can look at how the area median income has changed over time. You can look at what's the median household income for those different specific neighborhoods, what's the median rent, and then if we use the federal definition for what's affordable, what would be considered affordable rent, which is no more than 30% of their income. And then how does that compare when we look at it across the city of Boston or whichever city we're looking at? And then how has, for homeowners specifically, how has the change in real estate taxes affect over time? So if it's going down, does that mean this is an area where a lot of speculative development may be coming in and something to be considering? So this is just to give an example of literally residents told us what were the different things they would like to see, how they would like it to be viewable, and then we developed this tool alongside throughout the entire process. So this just gives an idea of how you can use PAR in creating more empowerment around housing and housing affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll eventually get us back to that other set of slides, but that was our backup plan. I'm glad that worked, Patrice. We've done this enough times. So just so you all know, these tools are up on the conference website under interactive exhibits. So like anyone can go there and do what Patrice just did. So if you want to go think about affordable housing in your community, go ahead and go there. And then bother Patrice if you need help figuring out how it works. I'm actually going to jump to Aisha first to talk a little bit about the other side of the coin. Is it Aisha or Aisha? I'm sorry.
Aisha.
Aisha. All right, I was right the
You
first
were.
time. I would hate to repeat the wrong name. That would be terrible, though.
I would have told you.
So I'm really curious to hear your reaction to this tool. I heard you saying oh, that's my neighborhood, and you're like, oh, that's a problem. Because Related Beal really kind of a little on the other side of the coin of this affordable housing development process. So tell us about how you work with external organizations on, development planning, public engagement strategies, external relations. I know you also have experience having been the chief for civic engagement for the city of Boston, so you can speak to this from a number of different angles, but I would love to just get your perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Dr. Aisha Miller. I am a former chief of civic engagement for the city of Boston. And so listening to your presentation, I was doing a lot of, oh, whoa, because I completely understand. But Related Beal is my current employer. The Beal Companies is the prior name, and they merged with Related in 2013, but I'm sure a lot of people who have been in real estate and whatnot know the Beals and their family. So I wouldn't say they're on the other side of the coin so much, because they built their legacy on affordability. And I will bring your attention to the Beverly, which some of you know, where that is next to TD Garden in that area, which created 239 income restricted units for workforce housing, which then, 25 years ago, was one of the first residential housing, workforce housing in the city of Boston in 25 years in a downtown or urban area. So I want to bring that attention to that. Working as the chief of civic engagement, I think one of the things that folks want to hear is how you're going to improve their communities. And we can't talk about improving communities unless we speak about the black and brown communities and how there's a distrust when it comes to development. When development comes in these neighborhoods, they automatically assume you're gonna ignore them. They don't talk about community benefits, where it depends on what part of the city you're in. Some cities and towns get an enormous amount of money when it comes to community benefits, but when you're in the black and brown neighborhoods, they get a room so you can have a meeting. That's not healthy living. That's not a benefit, because you can go anywhere and maybe sit in a room and have a community meeting, right? So we don't think about those things, and I'm proud to work at Related Beal because they think about those things. Again, working for the city, I had to speak to people in all aspects of their life, whether it was clergy, people in civic rooms. You do have folks who go to every civic meeting and understand, and then you have some who work 9 to 5 and can't get to a civic meeting, or that's the last thing they want to do because they've worked all day. And so you have to meet people where they are. And I do applaud your work, because you were able to speak to a different, a vast amount of people, right, who are not always at these community meetings. And so when we think about affordability and how it transgens into our life, you have to speak to the people who are sitting. Our seniors get left out of the conversation a lot of times. Legacy homeowners get left out of the conversation a lot of times. And we, as a developer, we look to those people because we want to know, what was your city like prior? What was it like in the 1970s till now? Those are legacy homeowners. And so when you have those conversations with those folks and understand what Boston was and what it can continue to be, then yes, you will have different viewpoints and perspectives on how to create affordable housing. I mean, when my aunt bought her house in 1945, of course it was a totally different price tag, right? And then you jump till now, and it's like she's a millionaire. Because of the cost of living and all the things that go into it. But I think that when we think about complex projects and affordable housing, it's really collaborating with people around you. And this tool that you have is a collaboration, not just with people, but with developers. Not all developers are bad. I'm here to tell you. They're not all bad. They do care. Related Beal cares. And so they've built their legacy off affordability.
The thing that I think is really amazing about Patrice's tool is, like, we're going to separate the good from the bad developers, right, in that tool. And so for the good developers like Related Beal that are working with communities and collaborating, right, it's going to become all the more obvious to residents, who the good guys are, and hopefully, we can grow more of that and less of the stuff we don't want to see. I'm going to turn to my new best friend, Rachel Heller, who is... I have a lot of new best friends. I'm really getting myself in trouble with that phrase. I'm going to stop saying that. But Rachel is the now, 3-month seasoned CEO? Week five CEO of the Massachusetts Housing Partnership. And I've worked with MHP for a long time, so I know a lot that MHP really works to bridge this gap between what residents want, what developers can provide through a lot of different innovative programs. Like, it's been amazing the kinds of things that MHP has done around programs, practices, community engagement. But tell us how in particular zoning and development decisions are made at the very local level, and how they've shaped the housing ecosystem over decades, and what needs to change.
Absolutely. I first want to start off just by thanking Governor Dukakis, who really has had such a legacy and huge impact on affordable housing. So much of what we have today came from your administration. And so it's an honor to be here, and all that I've learned from Barry Bluestone over the years about housing and what needs to change. What's amazing about our housing challenges is that they are so solvable. It really does come down to our public will. And I'm going to speak a little bit more regionally, including Boston, but Alicia commented earlier about Boston is building, Cambridge, Somerville, Watertown. We got a lot of other communities that need to build. So, our current rules for what can and can't be built were designed on a framework of redlining. We're designed on a framework of separating people by race, by income, by ethnicity. And so without undoing that framework, everything we're building on top of that is reinforcing how our communities were shaped. So Massachusetts decides zoning, or these rules for development, in a really fragmented way. The state gives communities the ability to set the rules. So the results are that we have 351 different ways of creating housing. That means 351 different processes. We've got different forms of government, got different rules around permitting, what can be built, what can't be built, and that translates into who can live in a place and who cannot. We have the smallest zoning jurisdictions in the country. That means we make these rules at the smallest possible level. Other states often do it regionally, or have a lot more decision-making that may happen at the state level. So there, and actually one other thing I want to throw in, the result of this is that in Greater Boston, although this is not what you see when you look around, so you're like, this doesn't line up, you actually need an acre to create a new home. So what we see around us could not be rebuilt under current rules. So that's really important to keep in mind, because sometimes it can be hard to imagine new development when you're thinking, wait, we already have triple deckers, we already have apartment buildings. If that came down, it couldn't necessarily be rebuilt. So there have been waves of development over time in Massachusetts, and there was a great downzoning. I'll refer to a report that Amy Dane did, Exclusionary by Design, where communities put in really restrictive policies in the late 1960s, early 1970s. This is also the time where Chapter 40B came into play. So this was the state, the legislature, requiring every community to have 10% of its housing be affordable. And if it's not, then a developer has the ability to appeal to the state to get it built. Had we not had that policy, there's about 70,000 homes that wouldn't be here today. This is the main way that multifamily housing is created outside of our major cities in the state. And so it's really important to understand how much power is at the local level, right? So 40B kicks in if communities haven't actually done the planning, haven't actually allowed for apartment buildings or for different types of housing. And there's some really good research that was done by Catherine Einstein at Boston University, and she wrote a book, Neighborhood Defenders. And what she did is really remarkable because it shows that while local processes play a large role in why we don't have the housing that we need, it also shows how local processes can, how it empowers us to actually get that housing built. So her research documents land use decisions throughout eastern Massachusetts. Who shows up and who's not part of that process, kind of like you were commenting on. You will not be surprised, I'm sure, to know that who shows up at our local meetings does not represent the diversity of experience, of demographics, of incomes in our communities. So who's at our local processes are typically more white, more male, wealthier homeowners who don't want to see their communities change, who don't necessarily want to see it look different than what it looked like when they bought. We did do a follow-up study with her team, which was great, about more equitable processes. So how do you hear from people, like Aisha was talking about, the Related Beal does, how do you hear from people who can't be part of that local process? And there's some really neat examples. The city of Newton did focus groups. They looked at who's coming to our public meetings and who's not. Let's create focus groups. Let's hear from the seniors. Let's hear from the renters. Let's hear from people with disabilities. And now we can document the current public process. You see about 85% of people at a public meeting against development. Now you do these focus groups and you see 85 to 100% of people for development. So it shows that our current processes are not capturing what's actually what's needed in the community, right? And so all of this contributes to our high housing costs, because if we have local meetings where everyone is showing up to say no, 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 and putting up a lot of barriers, that leads to how long to build anything, right? So you've got a developer holding on to a property. You've got a proposal that shrinks over time. You've got increasing costs, while you're holding on to that building. And so then we get to, why are we building housing that's built at this income level? We have people who are here who are saying, that's nowhere near what I can afford. So understanding how the local rules really play into all of that. Now we've had an amazing test case over the last few years, and I'll be quick because I think we're over my time, where the state legislature has started to put in new rules. We have the MBTA Communities Act, which my friend Matt can talk about, because when I was at CHAPA, it's one of the main things that we worked on. That requires 177 communities that are served by the MBTA to put in zoning that allows for apartment buildings, allows for triple deckers, allows for more density. Well, that required a local decision-making process still. So while all of this was going on, you have a state mandate, and then all of these people were starting to turn up in their communities, and the narrative began to change. The result is that we now have 166 communities, I think, as of earlier last week, that now, what was that? 167, that now have zoning in place to allow for multifamily housing. We have over 8,000 homes that are currently in the pipeline. And we're hearing from developers now that they're looking in communities they never considered before because it simply wasn't possible. You can't build what's not allowed. Then you followed up with the accessory dwelling units, where the legislature went another step further, led by Governor Healy. And now the state is saying, we're allowing these small homes by right. So now we're not requiring communities to put policies into place. We know this is needed and we're going to do it. So that has over 1,000 new homes in the pipeline. So these all make a difference. But it's really the combination of state policy with local efforts. We really all need to be the people who are saying yes in our communities, because the people who are saying no are very persistent and very present in the process. And we can make such an impact by showing up and saying what's actually needed. I mean, your research is amazing. To actually know, for a developer, I think, to know beforehand what a community wants, it's helpful. Okay, now how do we make that happen? Instead of it being, okay, we know you don't want anything, and we've got to build something, so how do we get there, right? So I will stop for now and just pass it on to Matt.
I could listen to you all day long, but maybe not everybody. But and I have to say, Matt is now my new best friend. But all of you in this room are my new best friends, but only if you go to Slido and put a question up there, or be thinking about a question if you're sitting here in the room, because I'm going to ask Matt one last question, then I'm going to turn it over to you, and I really hope there's not like crickets, right? Do not disappoint me. I'm watching the Slido. There's one anonymous person who was like, how awesome, congratulations. Thank you for that. I love that comment on the Slido, but questions would be welcome. Or if you're just like, please don't make me use an app, I just want to ask a question, we will run around and give you a microphone. Okay, but turning to Matt. Matt is the Director of State and Federal Advocacy at CHAPA. And, you know, we just heard a lot about the affordability issue in terms of how we can measure it, how we can track it, how communities and the private sector are approaching development together, what we wish we could be doing differently. I know, you know, for me, one of the shocking things was even the housing choice bill that went through, right, where we changed in town meeting. It's not a supermajority you need now, it's just a simple majority to pass affordable housing. We saw cities and towns run right back. I think it was Lynn. Lynn was like the first one who ran right back and passed something like that had been shot down just like weeks before, right? So, but my question for you, Matt, is what are policymakers and practitioners doing in this moment to address housing affordability? And how long is it going to take for these policies and programs to actually move the needle? I mean, it feels like a slow drip. I mean, so what should we be expecting here?
To take the second question first, the answer is not soon enough. The slides that we saw earlier really articulate the extent of the challenge, and that's the bad news. And because housing doesn't, you don't flip a switch and suddenly have 222,000 new homes across Massachusetts. It doesn't work that way. It's a long process to get there. So the good news in it is that the extent of the challenge has become so great that it has focused the mind of policymakers in a way that I don't think we've seen in a long, long time. When I talk to a legislator and they tell me the top 3 issues that they hear from their constituents are housing, housing, and housing, that makes them focus on this issue. They are protecting housing. They're putting an emphasis on housing programs in a way that I don't know that we've seen in a long time. I think a lot of folks in this room are aware of the impact of some federal cuts on health care in Massachusetts that came about because of the Budget Reconciliation Act that was passed last summer. I went into this current budget process very, very worried about what that was going to mean to housing, because that bill cut around $650 million in Medicaid reimbursements to the state that had to be made up somewhere. I was so relieved that the legislature protected housing and in fact grew housing programs, which are so important. So there's 2 tiers of work that's being done. There's the immediate work and there's the longer term work. On the immediate front, we are incredibly fortunate to live in a state with our own state rental assistance program, which is incredible. And as Rachel always points out, it's the model for the federal rental assistance programs. MRVP saw a significant increase in the budget, in the governor's budget, and an additional increase in the House budget. We're working hard next week to get more vouchers into the Senate budget as well, and we're going to fight really hard on that. The alternative housing voucher program for folks living with disabilities also is protected in this budget. So those are the immediate things that we can do. We provide those rental assistance because, as you said, the rent is too damn high, and we have to address that right now. Longer term, we have to build more homes. Rachel referred to the MBTA Communities Act. We have 167 out of 177 communities. I did the math. It's 94% of communities are compliant. There is still a very small minority of legislators who want to turn it back, who want to delay it, who want to weaken it in some sort of way. There's probably about 7 or 8 times now in various bills there have been amendments proposed that would do that to MBTA communities. Overwhelmingly every single time, and I'm knocking on a lot of wood, tell people I'm a Red Sox fan before '04, so I don't want to jinx anything, but you know, it was filed in the Senate budget. The legislature turns those back because they know that MBTA communities is important. We have an unprecedented amount of investment in capital resources for affordable housing. The legislature passed that in 24, and the governor is appropriating those funds as well. We are seeing things like site plan review. Rachel referred to the 351 different processes across the state. We are seeing we will have a real chance in this session to get codification of site plan review. Every community has site plan review processes. They're all different. sort of finally get it standardized, time limited, understood. That's going to help processes move forward. And by right development, so we can get buildings built a lot more quickly. And you don't have to go through that. Rachel talks about developers as a result of MBTA communities who are now saying, you mean I don't have to go through all these processes at the local level? No, it's by right now in these areas. That's going to get things built a lot more quickly. So again, not soon enough, but we're moving in that right direction. And it's too bad it has taken this level of challenge to get to that point, but we are moving in the right direction. I'm trying to be optimistic.
Excellent. Look at this. We have some takers here on the Slido. I am so excited. Y'all came through for me. Phew. I set this thing up like being very technologically challenged, so I'm like really excited. Everybody in the room should also still be thinking about questions because my friend Hitanchu in the back, he's going to raise his hand. He's going to run around with a microphone if you want. Okay, so I'm going to ask a Slido question, and then I'll go to you, Barry. That's okay. So the first question I got was, what has been the impact of the Trump administration and the current federal climate on affordable housing in Massachusetts? Anything cities or the state can do? I'm going to lob that at the entire panel, and y'all just somebody pick it up.
It hasn't been good in a lot of ways. It's very challenging to have the level of uncertainty about what will happen. We went over the past year, particularly when it comes to supportive housing, of challenges through HUD as they're changing away from a housing first model and the impact that will have on individuals experiencing homelessness or who have experienced homelessness and lack of ability to access affordable housing. We've had litigation as a result of that. We've been trying to engage to whatever degree we can, and the Trump administration has proposed policies that would have really negative impacts. We're fortunate that Congress has turned a lot of the worst of them back through the federal budget, and we hope that will continue. But it's been challenging, and I keep coming back to how thankful I am here in Massachusetts that we have protections in place that not every state has. We have fair housing protections in place. We have tenant protections that other states don't enjoy, and so we are protected to some degree, but it continues to be challenging.
Hitanchu, I'm going to ask you to hand the microphone to our resident guru of housing who wrote 18 out of 20 housing report cards.
Right. You mentioned 40B, but there's also 2 other laws that you probably know about, and I'm wondering how they're doing. My dear friend 40R and 40S, which my friend Eleanor White, we're in Housing Partners, designed and got through the legislature years ago. Is that still being used in any communities as an incentive to communities, both in terms of giving some funds if they do it, and then also reimbursing for any new students that come into the community?
Right, so for those who don't speak 40 language, 40R was this great smart growth, it is a great smart growth law that was passed, in 2004, that really, it's a great encourager of good planning, of communities actually getting paid to zone for multifamily and mixed-use development near transit or suitable locations, and then, like Barry was saying, coming with a companion law, 40S. Anyone who's attended a public meeting has heard people say that we can't have any more homes because we can't have more kids because that's going to drive up all the school costs and it's going to be damaging to our community. I'm a little biased. I think kids are great and really good for our communities, but I'll put that aside for now. 40S, what that does is it reimburses communities if they actually see increased school costs resulting from the developments in a 40R district. So the good news is that a lot of communities, we've done, when I was at CHAPA, we did reports on this. There are many communities who zoned 40R districts. There's about 18,000, probably more homes. A fraction of them built, though. So in the more, probably, I don't know what it is lately, but the last time we did a report, it's about 4,000 homes. But the good news is zoning is there. Some communities, like I believe it was it Reading or North Reading? I'm so sorry for my friends in that community.
That would be Reading. That's where I live, Reading.
Reading. They took a really thoughtful approach of starting one 40R district, seeing success, growing it and growing it. So I think it is part of the mix. There have been efforts within the legislature to increase the amount of money so that really serves as an enticing way for communities to do this kind of zoning. Also, the state did allow 40R districts to count under MBTA communities. So some communities were thoughtful about, should we combine these and actually, and also get some help with some of the costs. So it's in the mix. It's a good one.
Thank you.
Awesome. I have 2 more questions on Slido, and then I see Joan also has a hand up, and then I think we'll probably wrap this session. We did catch up a little bit, but I want to make sure we don't delay the next session too much. So one question I got was, if the ballot question to reduce the state income tax rate to 4% passes, how would that impact housing? Is there a quick answer to that? Does that have a direct impact?
Sorry, we're having a sidebar. What was the question?
If the ballot question to reduce the state income tax rate to 4% passes, how would that impact housing? Go, Matt.
Significantly. It would, again, reduce the amount of revenue that the state has to spend on any number of things. And again, combining this with federal cuts, I talked about the Budget Reconciliation Act, $650 million this year, expecting over $1 billion next year when it's fully phased in, and then to cut another $1 billion out of the budget. That's not going to make things easier to invest in housing. So it would really, really strain all aspects of state spending, but including housing, which is a really important need. Awesome.
I'm going to take this one Slido question, then I'm going to go to Joan at the end. So wherever Hitanchu is, oh, he's very close by anyway. Okay, this is a great question. What are the chunks of time that delay building housing, and what are the ways to reduce those blocks of time, and how do you balance building with sustainability? Yeah, my resident developer.
Kind of didn't want to answer it.
My developer best friend.
I think sometimes the delay is sometimes the permitting process, and it really captivates a lot of things. Community sometimes can be a hard delay, but a lot of it is because if they don't know, then they can't really agree to certain things. And that's education and educating people on what's happening in their communities. So if you go to a community, and as I spoke earlier, if there's distrust, more specifically in the black and brown neighborhoods, if there's distrust, they see a developer coming in, it's going to be no for everything. And then they don't couple in the other facts that sometimes they're just going to build anyway. And then you really don't get a lot of what you think the neighborhood should have. So I think that education, and I love your tool, because it really brings people together to understand what is happening around them. Education is key. If community people are not educated about what is happening around them, about the laws, new laws, things that are coming through the pike, they will automatically believe there's a detriment to my community, and the answer is no.
Anything else that delays housing? I don't know, Rachel, I saw you making notes. Were you thinking of anything else?
There we go. Okay. Every step of the process has potential for delays. There's a bunch of different factors that you need to create housing, right? You need zoning in place, or you can't build it. You can't build what's not allowed. You need financing, and so that's a whole process, right? And then there's the operating side, and do you have the revenue coming in that will support it? In that zoning process, I mean, that can be a very long process to get the kind of zoning in place that you need to actually foster the housing development. And then in the financing side, if you're pulling together multiple sources for affordable housing, how many it takes? I mean, it used to be 8, now it's 15 sources to bring together. That's really challenging, right? If you're working across different agencies, or even within a community, if you have to work across different departments, each of these can serve as a potential delay. At the end of all of it, you could put it all together, and then there might be someone in the neighborhood who's an abutter who chooses to file a lawsuit, and so that may result in delays. So there's the negative side of like, gosh, this is really hard. The positive side is that creates a lot of opportunities for us to change systems to actually allow for development. And under the current Healy Driscoll administration, there was a commission that MHP was on and many others that was all about identifying these different barriers throughout the whole process and giving really practical steps, kinds of policies we need to put in place at every level that could help speed up housing development.
Awesome. Joan, I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay, my question's not unrelated to the last one in that how do you make it go faster? And it seems every time I pick something up, I'm reading about New Rochelle. And their mayor just said, we need to build more affordable housing. So forget this zoning ordinance, we're just going to do it, and we're going to speed up regulation. And it's just been a poster child for how, I guess it's a political will, but it's also saying, here's what needs to be changed. I'm just going to show you what happens if we change it. Let's do it. Do you see any possibility for that happening across any Massachusetts communities?
That's kind of like the Kitty Dukakis approach to housing, right? Like, let's just do it and ask for forgiveness later.
I'm trying not to take over the panel, so I was offering if anyone else wanted to talk about it. Now is a really exciting moment. Everybody is feeling the pain of high housing costs, whether it's the home prices that put homeownership out of reach for so many people now or high rents. And to me, that's an opportunity because when everybody's feeling it, now we can do something about it, acknowledging that we have a problem, right? And then moving towards the solutions. The thing that we really need to be conscious about as we're moving towards those solutions is making sure we're creating opportunities for everyone, right? Because there's so much need. And we could build 222,000 new homes if it was allowed. And that would stabilize home prices and rents. But the home prices and rents are too high for too many people right now. So how do we put in the different policies and funding mechanisms that are going to make sure that when we're growing our housing stock, we're growing it for everyone? But this is a moment where people are really coming together. We see our governor really prioritizing this. It is the top priority. She's always saying when she is out, and she's showing that with bills that she files and commissions and reports that are coming out and regulations that she's changing. Matt talked about how the legislature is committed. We're seeing more and more communities, local leaders who are standing up to say they want to create housing. And Matt, I don't know if you want to talk at all. Well, I'm kind of putting you on the spot. You have to. About CHAPA's Municipal Engagement Initiative, the Housing Leadership Academy, where people are really showing up.
Yeah, CHAPA has stood up, has for several years now, has stood up this program of working in communities to change the conversation at a local level so we get those pro-housing voices forward. And this new initiative we have is the Housing Leadership Academy to get elected officials and policymakers at that local level educated around housing. And as Rachel was talking, I was thinking, to try to bring it back around about the conversation and what it means to give up some of that local control maybe, or to go around some of that local control in order to build housing faster. I live in Wakefield, and my community took us 2 times to come into compliance with MBTA communities. And I've told Rachel the story many times, but the first time we did it, it was on a Wednesday night in the spring and an evening town meeting. The Celtics were playing. I was annoyed that I had to be there instead. But there was a delay tactic that was happening during that town meeting. By the time we finally took the vote on the maps to come into compliance, it was 11:30 at night in the middle of the week. Boys and Girls Club were kind enough to have provided childcare earlier in the evening, but childcare ended at 9:30. My kids are young. There's no way I was going to have them out that late at night. And so my wife had to stay home and be with the kids. So there's 1 vote lost for housing. How many other votes were lost? I watched over the course of that evening as the room got older and older and older. And by the time that last vote was taken, we lost that last vote on the last compliance map by 30 votes. So fast forward, and the rhetoric there, you would have thought we were going to go down and start throwing tea into Lake Quinsigamond there, or something like that, because to protest, some sort of government overreach. How dare they ask us to build housing? So fast forward about 6 months into the fall, when we took another attempt at coming into compliance. The town meeting was held on a Saturday morning, starting at 8:30 in the morning. Looked around that room, much, much younger. We moved through that. There was the same rhetoric about pushing back about state government overreach in there. But by the end, when they took the vote, we won it by 2-to-1 margin. So it does matter who shows up, and that political will is so, so important. And so we can get there, but it's getting those people in the room to have that happen.
Yeah, and that's a great, I think, point to end on, too, is, we have local control, and people treat it as if it is ordained in some way, but it is not. It is given by the legislature to the cities and towns. And so, at the end of the day, if things get really, really bad, that local control can be entirely taken away, right? And so I think, being able to change what's happening in town halls to reflect, right, more of what the actual residents want is going to be so important. Otherwise, you're going to potentially get, a much bigger outsized reaction that is not going to, be our best tool. Anyway, I want to make sure we get a little bit better track on time here for our next panel, but please give me a round of applause for our rock star panel up here. You can find all of their information on the web. The tool is also on the web. I'm going to invite up Kim Lucas, who is going to start our next panel.
Welcome to the Destigmatizing Mental Health and Substance Use panel. My name is Kim Lucas, and I'm Associate Director of Civic Research at the Dukakis Center. So thanks for sticking around. Thanks for sticking with us. We've got a really solid focus on substance use, mental health, trauma, all of the above. And I just want to start out before I introduce the panel and we dive into our amazing speakers today, really grounding ourselves. So in the 2010s, if you might all remember that point in time, a person named Sheryl Sandberg coined the term "to lean in," which is the idea that women should seize opportunities, take risks, and challenge assumptions imposed on them. Decades before Sheryl Sandberg even coined this term, Kitty Dukakis was showing us what leaning in really looked like in practice: to seize the opportunity of a national platform and to risk her own vulnerability through sharing her personal struggle in order to destigmatize substance use and destigmatize mental health treatment. Since Kitty began sharing her own story publicly, we have made major strides in both how we understand behavioral and mental health challenges and also how we support individuals, families, and communities who are directly impacted by these challenges. I'll just point out, right, that even how we talk about these challenges has changed so much in the last 40 years. We've shifted from old frames of, and I'm putting this in quotes, addiction, and frames of, again, in quotes, abuse, and these are not the language we use anymore. We're understanding how trauma can affect a life path, and we're also understanding the importance of receiving meaningful behavioral and mental health support. So May is Mental Health Awareness Month, in case you didn't know, which makes this panel incredibly timely. We're going to explore Kitty's legacy and where we are now. What does it look like to support children, youth, adults, families, communities experiencing trauma and behavioral and mental health challenges today? So thanks for sticking with us, joining in, for those of you who are just joining. Now I'm going to hand it over. We're going to kick off with some research, and this research is definitely affiliated with some of the work that the Dukakis Center has been doing. We're going to start with Dr. Beth Molnar, Professor of Public Health and Health Sciences and Faculty Scholar at the Institute for Health Equity and Social Justice Research. So Beth is going to be here, and she'll ground us in some of the research work, and we'll let the panel take it from there.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. As a town meeting member in Milton, Massachusetts, the pariah of the MBTA Communities Act and processes, we got it done, yes. And so I really appreciated that previous panel and learning more from your side about what we were doing there and the tactics and et cetera. So today, I want to share results with you from a body of work that I believe demonstrates that embedding mental health support at the point of infancy directly into the places where families already go, for example, their children's pediatricians, can make a profound difference for both young children and caregivers. So what is early childhood mental health, and what does healthy development look like? So I want to start with describing that and why it matters to take care of mental health for children and for caregivers from infancy forward. This provides protection and resilience when trauma and other adversities happen to families and communities, and this resilience can help prevent conditions such as the precarious housing and substance use disorders and other things that we're talking about today on this panel. This figure has as its center healthy social and emotional development. It's the goal we're working towards when you're working with young children or parenting. 4 critical capacities that feed directly into it are shown by arrows pointing inward. So first, children need to be able to explore their environments and learn, to be curious, to play, to take risks, and discover who they are and how the world works. Next, they need to be able to form close, secure interpersonal relationships, first with caregivers and other family members, then with peers and teachers. Those early bonds are the scaffolding for everything that follows. Next, they need to learn how to experience, regulate, and express their emotions, not to suppress feelings, but to recognize them, manage them, and communicate them in ways that allow them to thrive in families, in classrooms, and in their neighborhoods. And lastly, they need to develop self-regulation, and this leads to resilience, the capacity to adapt when things don't go as expected, to persist through challenges, and to recover from adversity. So none of this happens in isolation. The outer circle reminds us that every child's development unfolds within contexts shaped by family, community, and cultural expectations, as listed at the top. What looks like healthy emotional expression in one community may look very different in another. Similarly, child development happens in a context of whatever else is happening to the families and to the communities, which may include lots of different adversities. Effective interventions must be responsive to these contextual differences. So this is the framework that guides our work to promote early childhood mental health. We know that struggles in any of these areas can be detected as early as infancy, and there are evidence-based interventions that can help children and families get back on track. So since 2012, I've been working with the Boston Public Health Commission and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health to evaluate their efforts to improve mental health and build resilience among children 0 to 8 and their caregivers. We began by evaluating a model we call Massachusetts Project Launch. Launch is a program funded across the country by SAMHSA, a federal agency. Launch stands for Linking Actions with Unmet Needs in Children's Health. The core innovation of Launch in Massachusetts is pairing 2 types of professionals, a master's level early childhood mental health clinician and a family partner, a paraprofessional with lived experience raising a child who would face social, emotional, or behavioral challenges. Together, these teams worked from within pediatric practices at community health centers, inside the medical homes for families who had experienced trauma and other adversities. The model is also holistic in its service delivery, using a lot of case management strategies. It's family-centered and focuses on both health promotion and prevention. So the original study followed 225 children, ages 0 to 8, and their caregivers across 3 community health centers serving predominantly low-income families of color in Boston. We assessed participants at baseline, at 6 months, and at 12 months using validated screening tools for children's social, emotional, and behavioral health, as well as for caregiver stress and depression. So what did we find? For the youngest children, ages 1 through 5, those who began the study with social, emotional, or behavioral screening scores in a clinically concerning range, had on average moved into the healthy range by the 12-month mark. The improvement was statistically significant, with the greatest gains among children ages 4 and 5. For older children, ages 6 through 8, we also saw success that those who started with elevated problem scores on a different measure saw a reduction of over 25 points, or a 37% decline by the study's end. And children who began in the healthy range stayed there. The results for caregivers were equally compelling. Parents and guardians who entered the study with clinically significant parenting stress saw their scores drop by an average of more than 17 points, moving from the high-risk range into the healthy range by 12 months. And caregivers with clinically elevated depressive symptoms had a similar decline. And again, caregivers who began in healthy ranges maintained that status. So what's striking about these findings is that they reflect improvements not just in children, but in the adults around them, suggesting that Massachusetts Project Launch was addressing the family system, not just the child in isolation. Of course, we always need to be clear-eyed about limitations in a study. This was a longitudinal evaluation without a meaningful comparison group. Budgetary constraints prevented full comparison site data collection. The screening tools were used to monitor change, not diagnoses. And some families were, of course, lost to follow-up. But that said, our sensitivity analyses confirmed the results that even when they only completed 2 or 3 assessment points, we still saw the same results. And so the implications have been significant. It brought Project Launch of Massachusetts into the echelon of evidence-based practices. It won an award from the Association of Maternal and Child Health Program, AMCHIP, for the best practice submitted to their database in 2021. So the results supported sustainability efforts and the development of an online toolkit, ecmhmatters.com, for other communities interested in implementing similar programs. This is the kind of scalable, community-grounded model that has the potential to reduce disparities in access to behavioral health care for young children, disparities that left unaddressed, as we've talked about many times today, can follow children for decades. Next, the ECMH team was funded to do an expansion of the model to additional communities across Massachusetts, then to try it with children in the foster care system in collaboration with the Department of Children and Families. And the most recent funding is allowing us to expand into existing home visiting programs delivered to families with similar vulnerabilities. And here at Northeastern, along with our public health department partners, seated by the Community-to-Community Impact Lab, as well as the Center for Design at CAMD, we're working on obtaining larger funding to develop technology that we believe will better support the family partners in their work, their exposure to vicarious trauma, for example, their professional development, as well as improve service delivery and communication with the families they serve. So I want to finish this brief talk with some of the qualitative data we collected along the way to share more about the vital role played by the family partners. So here we have the caregiver perspective who said, I was stressed, like really stressed out until the family partner came and everything just calmed down a lot. And from the clinician's point of view, I feel that when the family partner shares pieces of her story, parents really connect and they don't feel alone and they feel understood by their providers. So early childhood is a critical window. The evidence from this body of work suggests that when we meet families where they are, such as in the pediatrics office, with culturally grounded partners who understand their lives, we can help put children on a healthier developmental path. Thank you.
Thanks, Beth, for kind of grounding us in this understanding that there's so much more than just an individual that we're focused on. We're looking at a whole ecosystem of a family. We're looking at a whole ecosystem of clinicians. We're looking at a whole ecosystem of support. I want to introduce all of you to Jade Bolger, who is Director of Clinical Services at Bridge Over Troubled Waters. Jade has had more than a decade of experience in this space and is a leader focused on youth homelessness and really thinking about practical models that actually reach folks and provide access to folks who really need it. So I'll turn it over to Jade with a starting question that might help introduce you and your work to everybody. Bridge Over Troubled Waters was founded in the late 1960s, if people didn't know that, by a group of women serving youth who had no place to go. Can you talk a little bit about what Bridge Over Troubled Waters does today? What about the youth service model has stayed the same? What has changed in the last 50 plus years?
Sure, thank you. Thank you all for having me here today to speak about mental health and substance abuse and youth homelessness. So yes, in the 1960s, a group of nuns from the Order of the Sisters of St. Joseph noticed young people were in the Common, Boston Common, and in Cambridge, and they were separated from family and separated from resource. So they started bringing out food to them and started to have casual conversations that led into counseling, and then they eventually founded Bridge Over Troubled Waters. So that initial street outreach model we still have today. And they also started a mobile medical van with a group of physicians from Mass General Hospital, which became a national model and is also still used today. But we've grown a lot from those two programs to now we have a day program where young people can come in and get access to shower, food, laundry, case management, groups, activities, places to store their belongings. We have behavioral health therapy, access to psychiatric care on site. We have access to medical care on site. We have a high-set prep class, and in the last few years, we've actually added a high-set testing site so that the young people don't have to travel elsewhere to take those high-set exams. We have career development, and then we have a continuum of shelter and residential services to serve people on a night-to-night basis, and then through transitional living programs, and most recently, our graduate living programs, where young adults can have a place to live for up to 2 years independently, where they're only paying $275 a month in rent. And with that, that comes along with a financial literacy course so that we've been exposing our young people to savings and investments and budgeting. And then our most recent, not necessarily program, but thing that we're really proud of is that in the last 6 or so years, we have started to develop a formalized research center, which is named after one of our founders.
Awesome. Thanks, Jade. I'm going to also introduce and bring into the conversation Brendan Little. Brendan is a co-director and co-founder of HALO Initiatives, and HALO is an acronym that stands for Healing After Loss to Overdose. He is also formerly the policy director at the Mayor's Office of Recovery Services here at the City of Boston, and a dear friend. And so, I'll kick off again with a little intro question for you, Brendan. Can you just talk a little bit about where the idea of HALO Initiatives comes from and maybe what gap HALO is filling?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Brendan Little. I'm the executive director, co-founder of HALO. We always joke, we as my co-founder, Elsa Gomes-Bondlow in the audience, and we joke that it found us. We didn't find it. I was at the City of Boston at the time working in substance use field, and I would field constituent calls about things that they were dealing with related to substance use or quality of life concerns. And one of the things I started to get a lot of was family members that needed support burying a loved one after overdose. And there was no resources. I was calling around to other city departments to try to find something, and there was nothing. I'm in recovery myself. I have lived experience with substance use and homelessness, system involvement. I was in DYS, DCF as a young person, so it's something that I really understand. My mother died by suicide, overdose as well. So this is all stuff that was really near and dear to my heart. And we were a little confounded because there's all this opioid money that's starting to flow to communities. And what I mean by opioid money is when there are these large lawsuits against opioid manufacturers and distributors that is now flowing into all these cities and states across the country. Massachusetts being on the forefront of that because of the governor during her time as AG was really active in that space. That's all to say, now we have opioid dollars flowing into the community. And so I would get those constituent calls, and I didn't have anybody to reach out to. So I reached out to my colleague Elsa, who's here again, because she had philanthropic ties, and we would just start paying for these funerals by ourselves. No infrastructure, no support. And we did that for 5 years, and we served 16 families during that time. But we also wrote an op-ed in the Boston Globe to say opioid dollars should be spent on this because it's an intervention point. It's a way to interrupt cycles of intergenerational trauma. And it's a way to support a family in their time of need. So the city of Boston kind of got hip to that. They put out a RFP, and then we applied, and we've been running it for a year now. We served 50 families last year, $220,000 for funerals, behavioral health supports, child wellness, legal fees. And we just recently got a RISE Massachusetts grant to expand to other parts of the state. So that's kind of the story of how it chose us.
Fantastic. Thanks, Brendan. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Nathaniel Van Kirk, who's the program director at the OCD Institute at McLean Hospital, and also president of OCD Massachusetts. Nathaniel, what I'd like to do to introduce some of your work is what I noticed in our prep call recently, very recently, is that your work straddles the line between research, practice, and lived experience. And that's a lot of the work that we do at the Dukakis Center and at Northeastern. Can you talk about some of the challenges that you see in being able to bring research and evidence into the treatment space?
Definitely, and thank you so much for having me and for walking me through kind of the prep call this morning. So what initially brought me as to part of this is the Deconstructing Stigma campaign with McLean. So years ago, actually, the day I finished my postdoctoral fellowship and no one could take away my degree as a psychologist, I was actually part of the Deconstructing Stigma campaign where I shared my own experiences with OCD and talked a lot about stigma within the medical field itself. I did a grand rounds on that last day with the blessing of my supervisor, and I was like, well, can't get fired yet because I'm done at 5 o'clock, so, let's see what happens. And it turned out to open up a whole kind of can of worms in a sense of this idea that having lived experience, being a clinician, and being a researcher were really seen as these very separate worlds that never interacted for many, many years. And as a clinical psychologist going through my doctoral training, it was always one of those things that you were sort of told, like, don't say anything about it. But then there was also no mentorship, like, what do you do about it? And I think this gets to that question of, like, how do we bridge the gap between all three of these? But really one of the big challenges is how do we get the voices of those that kind of live and work in all of these areas and bring them together in a way that can get out to the community as well and be able to really disseminate empirically based treatments and care, especially for really high severity symptoms and those who are really struggling and feel like they have nowhere left to turn. And that's sort of what we do at the OCD Institute. We're a residential partial hospital program that is insurance-based. We accept Medicare, Medicaid, and we're one of 2 in the country, which really gets to one of the challenges of disseminating intensive, empirically based care that is based on current research in sort of a clinical fashion is very hard to do. If it weren't for like the backing of the large hospital system, a lot of these intensive treatment programs are very hard to make feasible in the long term, and we've seen many close in the last 10 years, unfortunately. And so I think there's a couple main challenges that come up that I'll say very quickly. One is we know funding, especially when it comes to behavioral health and mental health research, is very hard to come by. The other is that we do know there's about a 7-year delay in dissemination between empirical research coming out on best practices, especially in areas that are not as well researched. Like OCD used to be this for a long time. It was considered something that was unique or different. No one really knew what it was. And so no one really talked about it or even trained people on it during graduate training. And so there's about a 7-year delay, and that's something we really need to speed up. But I think one of the other things that really comes from this is there's been a great push in dissemination, which has really raised awareness about the fact that there are great treatments for substance use, for depression, for PTSD, for trauma-related disorders, for OCD, for anxiety disorders. But the challenge is also how do we push out and make sure what we're pushing out is empirically based, because there's also a lot of misinformation that comes out. And so in my role, I see many clients who have come to our residential program as a last stop after 15, 20, 30 years of getting the wrong treatment or have been misdiagnosed, thinking they're untreatable, and then coming to us and realizing, no, they've just been getting the wrong treatment. And I similarly, when I went through my own experiences, that's sort of how I got into the field, is I realized for the first about 5 years of my treatment, I was actually getting the wrong treatment, and I was labeled as untreatable. Then come to find out, well, no, not untreatable, just what you're telling me to do didn't work and had no research behind it. So that's what drove me sort of into this field, is how do we bridge that gap a little bit and make sure, and I loved what you all were saying of doing these empirically based kind of implementations and gathering research and data on them, because I think that's one of the biggest ways that we can close that gap is by making sure everyone's participating in all parts of the process and talking. So short and sweet.
Awesome. No, thank you. And thanks to all our panelists for being here. We're going to get into the meat of it. And so what we're going to do now is just have a conversation. I'm going to invite all of you to think about questions that you want to ask the panel. So we'll have some open time for Q&A. And do we also have a slide? Okay, all right. It's all the same code, my friends. And so we'll gather your questions. But I'm going to kick off with a question of my own that I just noticed in speaking with all of you as we were preparing for this chat. You know, I mentioned in my intro that one of Kitty Dukakis's legacies is her pioneering leadership in destigmatizing and humanizing behavioral and mental health treatment. And one thing that stood out to me when we were all chatting is, and the work that you're all doing, is that your focus is really aimed at getting folks to a place of resilience, right? And I think, Nathaniel, you put it really well in that, like, how do we get folks from being labeled as untreatable, you know, unknowable, we can't do anything for you, shifting all the way to, actually, you're a resilient person. You're a resilient being, and these are the things that we together, we can do with you. And so, you know, can you all talk a little bit about what this means or what this looks like? And you all work in, I would say, like similar, but also very different spaces and places with different populations. And so what does that mean or look like in your work? What does resilience look like? And why is building resilience a central focus rather than, say, something more prescriptive? Like, you know, we talked a little bit in our prep call about scared straight tactics that we used to do, right? And so we've made a big shift. What does that mean for you these days?
So I can talk briefly to just kind of the idea of resilience in the work that I do, primarily working with OCD and anxiety and fear-related disorders. Exposure-based treatments are sort of like the main empirically based. We have years and years of evidence that they work really well. And so when people come in, one of the things we talk about is that our goal in treatment isn't necessarily just to get rid of this one fear, but actually to learn to sort of live with fear and uncertainty, because that's what it means to be human as a whole. I always kind of joke that our job is to help people face fear effectively and efficiently, because if you can face the worst things that your mind can create, there's very few things in life outside of there that you can't overcome or go through. And so when we talk about our approach to treatment, even at very high levels of care, so at inpatient, at residential, we are really talking about how do we help someone find their own resilience and kind of remind and learn for themselves that I'm actually way more capable than I'm giving myself credit for, or that others may be giving me credit for, to face whatever life throws at me and find my way through it. And I think that is sort of the hallmark of like OCD treatment, of exposure-based treatments. And it's also something that as humans, we all do naturally. And the last thing that I'll say about that is when it comes to destigmatizing it, I always like to point out that we talk about these behavioral health experiences as something unique that we have to figure out what to do about. Statistically speaking, across a lifespan, 1 in 3 people will meet diagnostic criteria for some sort of behavioral health condition or a set of symptoms that are causing impairment in their life. 1 in 2 will be significantly affected by it, be it through a loved one, a significant other, or a child. So navigating behavioral health and mental health is the norm. It's part of being human. It's not necessarily the exception to the rule. And so I think that's a really important thing that we can continue to push forward when we talk about resilience. That is what we do as humans. We're resilient. We find our way through.
I think one of the things I think is not all stigma is created equally. And, you know, when I first started in the substance use field about 10, 12 years ago, it was all these anti-stigma campaigns, you know, these are people who use drugs, they're people, and which I think was very much needed and important. But it didn't trickle down to every demographic. And because the more kind of social determinants of health, or, you know, the more barriers you have, the more identity, you know, attributes that you have, be it black, brown, queer, poor, you know, having a disability, those people aren't able to walk out like me as a white man and say, I'm in recovery, and everybody claps and they're happy. Like, those people, when they say that, it's another level of, you know, burden and another level of disparity and discrimination and bias. So what we've really been focused on is, like, while we were doing this, paying for these funerals just by ourselves, we realized we were meeting an unmet need. We would bring it up. We had positions of power. We knew how to talk to people in power, and they said, oh, that problem doesn't exist. It's not in the data. I don't see it because you haven't reached them. So we were just reaching them because they reached out to us, and now it's a thing. Now we have data because it is there. It's a documented problem. So I feel like part of it is, it's like, you know, knowing that you mentioned something in your question about, like, different treatments or treatment modalities. Like, if you don't know that there's a problem there, or you can't admit that there's a problem there, you can't treat it. So with the people we served the city of Boston for the last year. We serve primarily black and brown residents in the city of Boston. And that's something we're very proud of because a lot of recovery supports are disproportionately white. So we're very proud of that. And I feel like we're able to cut through a lot of those disparities to get to the core of the matter and then use finances, use money as a means to help them improve their life at a really difficult time.
Yeah, and stigma, of course, affects families with very young children in a lot of ways. They don't want a label on their children, and a diagnosis, is seen that way. And the individual education plan, IEPs, and all the other services can feel stigmatizing. And so I think the intervention I described is helpful in getting families through that. Understanding all the benefits of that. But one thing I wanted to mention from our current study evaluating this program in the foster care system is that the parents are filling out these social, emotional, behavioral difficulty questionnaires in the context of the services that they're receiving, and the kids are scoring very healthfully on all of them. And so that's a puzzle we're trying to figure out, because if you're in the evaluation world, if you start out with people who are really healthy, you can't show any change when you follow them up because they're already there. And so we're trying to figure that out. Is it the stigma of these foster care parents or families wanting to look better? Are they not wanting their charges, the children in their care, to get these labels or to have, evidence of these symptoms? So we're trying to figure that out as a puzzle, because clearly these babies and toddlers have been through immense tragedies and trauma, and yet they're scoring super healthy. So that's a piece of the puzzle we're trying to figure out. Stigma's clearly playing a role in how can we, get inside there and figure it out.
Thank you. And I'll piggyback off what Nathaniel said of how humans are resilient. At Bridge, we're working with young people, so 14 to 24 years old. And so while they're coming to us with the needs that they show up with at that door, we know that down the line, having challenge and having stress in your life is also human. So we're hoping that we can help them build up their skills and their toolbox to see that they're resilient and that they can pull on that resiliency later in life as well.
Awesome. I'm going to say the questions are rolling in, at least on the Slido. So in the room, and I see Chris Basso and a couple other folks in the room have questions. I'm going to start with a question from the Slido, and then we'll toss it over to Chris, who's holding the mic. And so on the Slido, we've got one person who says, I can imagine one family needing multiple or even all of your services. How do you all collaborate and refer or support families among different organizations and agencies?
Well, we've actually collaborated, Jade and I, on, I was working on some stuff around Mass and Cass. If you're not familiar, it's the area where there's a lot of concentrated substance use services as well as, illicit substance use and dealing. And we were noticing a lot more young people down there, and I was just seeing a lot more young adults. And I raised it to the state, and we talked with Bridge, and Bridge came down, and we did a whole assessment with, in collaboration with the state to just get these young people triaged and get them to some different spots. I feel like, and that was an education point for us too, because I feel like there's so many young people that kind of fall off this cliff at 24, because all their services kind of run out and they're not quite ready yet. So, but that's just one example, and then we know a mutual person. We're connected, but I feel like there's, Elsa always says we're resource rich, connection poor, and I think that that's really true in Boston. So it's always good to have events like this so we can connect.
And I always tell my team, I say, your colleagues may be in this building with you, but your colleagues are also everywhere out in the community. So every time you're making a referral or connection for that one young adult you're working with, keep that in mind, because that's going to be your partner in another area as well. And we have so many services in our building, but we also always say we need so much more support from other agencies out there, that we can't do everything. We can't be everything for everyone. So we're always trying to build up our connections and our partnerships. And we have Boston Healthcare for the Homeless come on site. We have partnerships with Massachusetts General Hospital Center for Excellence for research. And the Department of Mental Health also comes on site as well, so that we make sure that our young people are connected and they can get resources in-house and elsewhere.
And I also think, I like what you said with, doing these type of things is sometimes how we do get connected, because Massachusetts probably has more mental health resources than any other place that I've lived in the country and worked, and it is interesting in the sense that we are somewhat siloed, but it is these events that all of a sudden the connections sort of develop. I will say when I first moved up here and started working at McLean Hospital, I quickly figured that out when I told someone where I worked, like, oh, the hospital on the hill is like what we are known as. And that very quickly, I think, alluded to the idea of inpatient and intensive treatment. We don't really like to talk about, and we don't even call it what it is until everything goes wrong. But a lot of times, we can collaborate across the levels of care, and I think the biggest part that's missing, if we really think about where the services are placed, is the transition between levels of care. And so a lot of it really comes down to what you all were saying, of making that connection and saying, all right, we're going to find a way to do it, but there's no way that the policies and the insurance and the reimbursement, they actually don't allow for a lot of those transitions of care to happen seamlessly. And that's actually one of the biggest challenges that I know we see from our end, is reintegration into daily life.
And I'll add that where this comes into play is the case coordination piece that I mentioned. So I said the launch team does a lot of work with the families around case coordination and more of, a social worker role. And where that presents a challenge over the years is figuring out sustainability, because the reimbursement for case coordination is not the same as the reimbursement for the mental health clinician's time, for example. And so figuring out how community health centers and other places that employ the teams that I'm talking about can pay for that case coordinator time spent to hook the families up with lots of different types of services. That's another challenge.
Awesome, thank you. There's a question out there. Yeah, go for it.
So, playing into the theme of stigma, but also resilience that Kim raised, I'm curious on how you've seen, the social media over the last, say, decade or so, the impacts of social media on not just your clientele and their mental health, but also on how you do your work, or how to impact your work. So, how does that play a role, say, in the last decade or so? What have you noticed? I'm curious about the impacts of social media on mental health kind of questions, basically.
I'll say briefly, I could talk all day about this, and we've published some papers on it, because when it comes to OCD and obsessive compulsive disorder, social media has played a huge role. It's been great to raise awareness. It's also been incredibly detrimental in other ways as well, as it became more monetized, and it became less about pushing out good empirically based information and more about excitement and interest. And so only certain parts really get highlighted. And I think one of the things that we also have found a lot that's been happening, this happens now with AI, and I use a lot of AI in kind of day-to-day stuff, but one of the challenges that happens with that kind of validation kind of protocol is that we actually see it making symptoms significantly worse and eroding trust in the providers and the people in the community that are there to help support and have the experience. And that has been a large issue. It also has, researchers are notoriously not very good at social media. I think it's something that we talk about in the training programs a lot, is we don't do a lot of it, and we caveat everything. And unfortunately, that doesn't build a lot of confidence as much as we had an issue in the OCD world where someone was saying celery juice cures OCD. Hate to break it to you, it does not. But it took a year of work to try to disprove that, where people said that we were torturing them by giving empirically based treatment because we could just be giving celery juice. So that's a short caveat. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but it's been very beneficial and very challenging at the same time.
I can say we're trying to harness some of it. Michael Magis is here, one of my partners on the work, to try and get a new tool, technology tool out, developed and helping the family partner with their work. And so some of the things that we're tossing around as ideas for that are games and chat bots and chat rooms for the families who are receiving services to talk with each other and to talk with their family partner in a, monitored kind of controlled social media kind of way. So hopefully can use it for good as well.
I've got a question from the Slido talking about the missing middle. So how can those in the missing middle maintain mental resilience when their income is too high for public aid and too low for rising costs?
I actually worked on something like this for the state because they were paying their CAB members, community advisory boards of homeless youth, and it was messing with their benefits. So it's like this is something that comes up a lot in trying to think about different strategies. One of the things that was really important to us about starting Halo was that there's no income requirement because overdose affects everybody, and this money that's coming to us that we give out to families comes from lawsuits where there was malfeasance and there was serious neglect. So we believe that that money rightfully belongs to families who have had a loved one die of overdose. So I think that part of it is really getting a real-time look at what's going on in people's lives, and for that you often need money that's nimble, which is very hard to come by, especially these days. However, this opioid money is, and I think that's something that's really interesting for us, is that it's fairly abundant across the country. Most people aren't spending it, so we're really trying to think about paths to be creative with it to help shore up other programs like these people who are doing incredible work when their young person is doing well at Bridge, but they don't have enough for their books for school. Okay, we can help them with that if they had a loved one die of an overdose, right? Or they need tools for their job that they're going to. That's kind of how we envision it, as this way of interrupting people's struggles and various traumas, and with targeted and smart financial moves paired with great behavioral health partners and paired with great peer partners.
Thought we had a couple of audience. Yep, go for it.
Hi, I'm very curious if you have thoughts about gender and maybe looking historically, if you have that knowledge, kind of about the trends. One of the reasons I asked this question is because one of the things I admire about Kitty Dukakis is being a feminist and also the extra, I think, risk that it took to write her book and be so straightforward as a woman. So I'm just curious about kind of issues that girls and women especially face with mental health and the treatments out there, and kind of what you've seen change and maybe what hasn't. I mean, I care about everybody, but I just wanted to ask that.
I will say on the research side, I think one of the things that we do know as within kind of behavioral health research is that much of the early research really was done on men and then extrapolated. And I think one of the things that I know is coming up a lot in the OC world is postpartum OCD. And we saw this with postpartum psychosis. Really hadn't been researched. It was just sort of assumed and then sort of put out there without really a lot of validation. And that has been shifting, which has been great, but there's a lot of ground to make up that really just the research wasn't done. And now we're realizing that actually we need to redo some of that research and actually double check and make sure, do the results stand? And what are the things that we are missing and aren't being addressed that we're just making assumptions about? And I think I have a colleague who's Dr. Falkenstein, who's the director of research at the OCDI, who's starting some new work on postpartum OCD, which some of the prevalence rates that are coming out around, we know that having intrusive, distressing thoughts following having a child is actually about 94% of individuals will report them. And it's sort of the idea that the others probably are having them but aren't reporting them because of a fear of what are people going to think about it. And then those that may go on to develop postpartum OCD seems to be much higher than we would see in OCD development in the community. But that research really just started. And so it has a lot of ground to make up.
I would add wearing a different hat from my early childhood mental health hat, which is my sexual violence hat as a researcher. And so I think the disparity in how much women and girls and women-identified people are survivors of sexual assault makes a huge difference in the prevalence, especially of post-traumatic stress disorder in the world. And we're swimming in a world of news and awareness about sexual violence at the moment in our country and around the world. And so I think there we have a lot of work to do still.
We've got a Slido question that's, since not all stigma is the same, what are some innovative or effective ways to deal with stigma that you have proven fruitful?
I guess at Bridge, as I talked about, we have our new research center, and one of the things that we've really been working on is peer recovery. We also have opioid settlement money, and so we've been able to train a lot of our young adults to train them in overdose response methods, and then they're trained as peer recoveries, and they train the other young people there. So they're learning a lot more about harm reduction, and this is helping to destigmatize the conversations that we're having about substance use. We've also developed 2 different treatment models, one that focuses a lot more on people who aren't ready to discuss their substance use or to discuss that their substance use could be a problem, and then another one where people are ready to make changes. And so by offering these 2 different kind of like levels of services, we're making sure that it's equitable and, again, destigmatizing it. And with that peer recovery model and the overdose response, we've actually had several young people in the downtown Boston area respond to overdose and be able to save a life.
I think that one of the ways that you can really get at stigma that's a little bit harder to get at or harder to raise awareness about is through lived experience. And, you know, like I have lived experience with homelessness, with substance use, with poverty, with, you know, family suicide, family overdose. Elsa has, you know, she's an immigrant Black woman, you know, like come here, like has to battle her battles. I've had my battles. And I think we both bring that to the work. And I think that when I talk to a family, almost always they're like, he was a good person. He was a good person, right? Like I know he was a good dad. And I'm like, you don't have to tell me that. I'm in recovery. Like I know this. I've known many good people who have died by overdose. And I'll honestly open with that oftentimes. I'll let them know my own personal experience, not as a way to make it about me, but as a way to say, like, you have permission to talk about this, and because what they're used to when they're applying for money from somebody is having to lie, is having to say things are better, no, there's no substances, you know, because that will get them in trouble. So we say, nope, we're here to support you. Like there's times where family members have died and they hide all the drug paraphernalia because when the police come, they don't want them to know there's an undocumented family member in the next room, right? So they're fearful of that. So you can't just go out to that person and say, go out and say you're in recovery or that you lost a loved one to overdose and you're the poster child of that now. They're like, I'm just trying to survive, right? So I think that, but we can tease that out with patience and with lived experience and with dedication and care to really pull people out to say like, yes, you know, you can be open about this, and this is something that we're seeing. Because again, before we were doing it, it didn't exist. The problem wasn't there because it wasn't documented. Now it's documented, so we have to solve it. And I feel like the key part, though, is utilizing lived experience, not as a way to just say, oh, yeah, you know, I know what you've been through. I always say, I don't know what you've been through, but I have an idea of what it's like to lose a loved one to overdose, and it's difficult. So I think it's that mix.
If I could piggyback off it, I love kind of when we're talking about the aspects of stigma, just as a researcher, I can't help but go into data. But there is some really great research coming out around mental health stigma, and Deconstructing Stigma campaign when it first started was looking at some of this data, and there was an interesting discrepancy that we saw in it. That one is well over half of individuals surveyed said they would be unlikely to share dinner with an individual with a mental health condition. Now, if we look at the data, how many of those individuals that said, I wouldn't share dinner with, how many do you think they actually have and actually do on a regular basis, but just don't know it? And so I think it gets to that idea of like sharing that story and how you share it. And it goes to, there's been some other research about how do you effectively reduce public stigma. And what they found is the most effective way to change beliefs about stigma, especially around mental health, is to have someone overhear or learn about something that they think they weren't supposed to know about by accident, and they're more likely to change the way they believe than if someone was to show them data and say, see, this is wrong. They will double down, because humanity sometimes does that. But if you actually set it up to where they get to know you in a different way, or they find out that, oh, someone I really like, someone I connect with, or someone I thought had it all together has struggled with mental health, they are more likely to change their perceptions about mental health because they feel like they learned something they weren't supposed to know, and it has a greater emotional impact on us. And so I think how we get the message out matters just as much as what message we get out. And we can pull a lot from marketing, and that's actually where this came from, was from a social psychology study on marketing that they applied to stigma, which I think is quite fascinating. The other thing I would say is we talk a lot about public stigma, but it's important to also highlight internalized stigma, which is where an individual takes the messages they hear and essentially assigns them to themselves. Because we actually see that's one of the biggest challenges when it comes to engaging with care, even if it's available, is what will people think, or what does this confirm about me if everyone finds out? And so I think we can also do a lot to help individuals, give them tools to change their own beliefs about mental health and their own internalized stigma, and notice when it is getting in the way. Because we're actually seeing that that's probably the more impactful aspect of stigma, because it gets in the way of asking for help.
And I would add that the study I showed you about the family partners and why they're so important, the lived experience that they were hired for, helps with stigma a lot. You know, there's stories in that paper about the ways that them telling the client, the patient, how this went for them with their child with special health care needs or special mental health care needs really makes a difference in the openness of that family to services.
Okay, we could do this all day long. So in some places we have. But because we only have about an hour, I'm going to wrap up with my own question. And thank you to everybody in the audience here, live in person, who have questions and shared them. And thank you to all of the folks online who are continuously submitting questions. I'll share them with you guys if you'd like afterwards. But my last question, moderators, kind of purview here, is for all of you on the panel, what is one thing that folks in our audience, either here in person, folks out in the internet live stream world, what is something that folks in our audience can do to support the resilience of folks who have experienced trauma or who encounter behavioral or mental health challenges? Anything you want to ask these folks to do or suggest that it's available to them?
I think the point I made about that these difficulties can be recognized super early is an important thing for all families to know, no matter how much adversity they've experienced or not. I think that there's ways that we can intervene really early, and that's kind of my message today.
Mine would be to lift up people's strengths who have faced barriers or experienced trauma, and to also lift up the power of social connectedness. So be a support for people experiencing trauma, and if it's for yourself, to seek out that support.
I'd build off that with the social support, and also knowing that helping hold hope and being curious about their experiences and not making assumptions about what someone has gone through or how it's impacted them, because that can help people find sort of those good empirically based treatments. And if you have a chance to influence reimbursement policy or talk to policyholders about it, please bring it out and push it, because it is one of the biggest barriers for getting great care out there when we have all these amazing resources that everyone on the panel's talked about.
I think one thing I always try to get at is not all lived experience is created equally as well. I think that's another thing, right? Because if there's somebody who has lived experience and they're trying to limit somebody's rights, or trying to hurt them or put them in a punitive setting or ship them away or whatever it is, don't listen to them. That's my advice. If they're trying to build bridges and connection and solve problems and support people and find commonalities, that's a good person to listen to, because it's hard to tell, right? Sometimes you come in, people say, I have lived experience. Everybody with substance use disorder, you should lock them up. That's what helped me, right? Maybe it did. That's okay. That's not a good policy choice, though. So I think it's important to be mindful and to discern that the lived experience you have at your disposal, who you're listening to in order to support programs, either at a policy level or fundraising. Make sure you're listening to the people that are trying to build coalitions.
I love it. And just to bring us back, right, to where we started, which was thinking about Kitty Dukakis's legacy in this area around destigmatization. You know, one of the things that Kitty herself did was put herself out there. She was very, very brave at a time when, you know, to the point, she was a woman, a powerful woman, very few of them existed in that moment, who said, this is who I am. And in fact, if I can say this, maybe you can say this. It's an invitation for you and for others to join in and become a community around what folks are what folks are struggling with and what challenges folks are facing, such that maybe together we can figure out how to get through things together, right? As a community, as a group of folks who, as plenty of resources exist out there, and you are not alone. And so I want to thank the panelists for giving their time, sharing what their experiences and their work. And I also want to just say, if you, like me, so this is not my research area, are new to the conversations around trauma, around substance use, around mental health, please do check out in the lobby. There is the Deconstructing Stigma exhibit from McLean Hospital, and it's out in the lobby. It'll be on campus if you all are in or near campus for the rest of the month. And so invite you to that's a great starting point. So thank you all, thank you panelists, and we'll be off on a coffee break, everyone.
Okay. Kitty Dukakis indirectly supported environmental regulation by framing it as a public health issue, particularly, for example, as it relates to cleaning up hazardous waste sites. But she also advocated for community involvement in local environmental concerns. And I think that's been a theme throughout the day, but it's certainly a theme of this panel about community involvement. So in this session, we're going to learn how neighborhood parks build resilience, community, and reduce urban heat island effect. The projects we will learn about were all co-created with people in their neighborhoods. We're going to begin with Northeastern architecture professor Sarah Carr, who focuses on the connections between urban landscape, architecture, climate resilience, and human health. So she covers the whole gamut. Today, she will talk about C2C supported projects that she did in Chelsea and New Bedford to improve urban landscapes and resilience. Next, we have Chris Osgood, who's the director of the Office of Climate Resilience, and Mayor Michelle Wu, senior advisor for infrastructure. He'll give us an overview of Boston's climate resilience planning and how it strengthens neighborhoods. Chris will also speak about the regulatory and technical complexities in developing parks and building resilience, using Moakley Park as an ongoing example. Next, we will hear from Sherry Ruane, who's the Chief Development Officer at Weston and Sampson Design Studio. She'll talk about the actual designing and building, rather than just the planning, of resilient infrastructure projects, and particularly her work that's been in collaboration with the City of Boston, but also in collaboration with residents. And then we will turn to something a little different. So when we think of resilience, we most commonly think about resilience against sea level rise, stormwater, and urban heat islands. But in my own work on eco-districts, it means something different. It means resilience in the sense of energy, And how do you build a community that has affordable energy, renewable energy, and resilient to the extent that you can island from the grid in cases where, for example, through fire, through flooding, that you've been shut off of power. So there's different approaches of this, and one of them is green zones. Green zones are a focus on disadvantaged communities. And for that, we will have Greg King, who is owning manager of TSK Energy Solutions, an advisory committee member from the School of Public Policy. And Greg and I worked on an EPA grant together to create a green zone in Grove Hall, which by the time the Trump administration took over, those grants were no longer available, but is still working on getting legislation to support green zones, which very much are about both kinds of resilience, energy resilience as well as the other. So I'll turn it over to you, Sarah. Can you come up here? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here in honor of the contributions of the Dukakis family, but I also wanted to say in honor of our colleague Ted Landsmark. So if all of you don't know, in addition to all of his other accomplishments, has had a huge role in shaping the architecture and landscape of Boston, most chiefly through his work with BPDA, but also Boston Architectural College, Boston Society of Architects, Emerald Necklace Conservancy, almost anything you can think of. So just wonderful to be here today and hopefully, and mentoring young architecture faculty. So great to be here. As Joan mentioned, yes, my research touches a lot of issues, but the fact is architecture and landscape does actually address many issues, from climate change to health, usually even in one site. And so I was told this was supposed to be like a TED-type talk, so I'm going to just start a little bit of high level, and then I promise we will get to the fun images very soon. So in a lot of my work, we're looking at extreme heat. Extreme heat and its health effects are an increasingly urgent issue for neighborhoods as climate change accelerates. So not only does it cause direct effects like heat stroke, but it can exacerbate air pollution, stress, and cardiovascular and pulmonary conditions. Additionally, both the old and the young are extremely vulnerable to its effects. The health effects of heat are not just a physical health issue, but are strongly related to social networks and support. In his landmark book, Heat Wave, Eric Kleinenberg discovered that the majority of deaths in the 1995 Chicago heat wave were not just elderly, but elderly people that were isolated in their overheated homes and therefore weren't being checked on or were not aware of resources such as cooling centers. So in the social ecological model of health, the built environment, that is the architecture, landscape, everything around us, plays a large part in both providing opportunities for health, but also facilitating those social networks, which we'll talk about today, and those services. The pathways, though, through which we can create healthier and more resilient neighborhoods are complex, and they really do require cooperation at multiple levels, which we'll be talking about today. And so today, you'll see how this can be accomplished from the planning level to landscapes, but also how something as, I would say, appearingly simple as a park can actually address multiple vulnerabilities, from heat to flooding, but also other effects of climate change. So in my own research here at Northeastern, with many colleagues across the College of Arts, Media, and Design and the College of Social Science and Humanities, we really try to understand how lived experiences in neighborhoods can be layered on top of the data. So whether that is heat readings, access to open space, walkability metrics, or even data about the homes themselves, about the architecture, in order to facilitate design that is driven by the community themselves and lead to neighborhood improvements that are responsive, humane, and facilitate health. In this project with my colleague Michelle LeBoy, we interviewed residents in Worcester, Massachusetts about their experience with extreme heat and cold in relationship to where services should be better allocated. So asking questions like, who lives here? Who is going to be most vulnerable in a power outage? Where do you see power outages? And sort of echoing what we already heard today, we found that most people were actually worried about communities where there were a lot of elderly residents. And this project in New Bedford, in partnership with the philanthropic organization Envision Resilience, but also local nonprofits Groundwork South Coast and Love the Ave, as well as the National Park Service, our students built models to work with residents on determining streetscape improvements for economic development, as well as creating a comprehensive green infrastructure plan with Groundwork, which also does workforce training for young people to install green infrastructure. And this plan was targeted to mitigate heat, address stormwater, and create also gardening opportunities for residents in New Bedford's North End. And students worked with residents, made these great drawings, we created interactive activities to work with residents to propose intersection improvements, again, that address heat, but also pedestrian safety and flooding. In our Dukakis Center-funded project in Chelsea, Massachusetts, we worked with environmental justice nonprofit Green Roots, as well as the Boston Society of Landscape Architects, on a long-term project to convert a privately owned parking lot into a city park in order to mitigate heat in the neighborhood, as well as facilitate community ownership, social networks, and chiefly design that came from the ground up, from the community itself. As many of us know, Chelsea is one of the hottest communities in the Boston area, as shown here by the Boston University Sea Heat Study. And this is very much a direct product of its built environment, specifically its landscape. An analysis of Chelsea's ground cover shows that it has 80% impervious surfaces, which create more heat, but only has 4% green space and only 2% of it covered by tree canopy. And so the logical way to address this is through landscape architecture itself to address this inequity. Green Roots has really led the charge on creating a demonstration cool block in the city, which encompasses paving coatings, roof coatings, tree planting, and the creation of this park, which is the centerpiece of the cool block. And if you're interested, there's actually a film you can watch online by Turnaround Films about the creation of the cool block and featuring one of our Northeastern students, former Northeastern students, Graham Moitoso, who worked on this grant as well. But a park is not created overnight, especially not one with such social and environmental importance. So we attended pop-up events. We brought our architecture and landscape architecture students to get input from neighborhood residents. And actually, we did some improvement work on the site, including a swing installation. We mulched. We even built steps out of lobster traps and stones, as you can see here, to negotiate a grade change across the park. And so really, this was so residents could start to use the lot and take ownership of it before it was more formally designed. And there'll actually be a nice close to this talk today, because in Sherry's talk, you're going to see how it turned out in the end. We also provided flexible seating and planting structures such as these, which let residents design the park by moving pieces around for different events. It also brought in bees. We used pollinator plants. And in the meantime, here at Northeastern, we continue to examine ways about how this flexible use and community input could inform a permanent design, as well as other ways to distribute green infrastructure and shade infrastructure across Chelsea, such as using bus stops. And lastly, we also worked with the Keystone Boys and Girls Club in Chelsea to continue to design, build, and use this pop-up park in real time and at full scale. So when it was fully built out, as you'll see in Sherry's presentation, they understood it was their space as well, and they actually built these benches out of more lobster traps. As you can probably tell, somebody donated a lot of lobster traps to this project, but we found multiple uses for them. So this research at Northeastern allows us to not only understand best practices for impactful design, but work across all levels of partnership necessary to create more resilient neighborhoods, from the individual to the community, to the private sector, to the government. Thank you.
Yeah. You can have your seat now.
Thank you so much, all. Thank you all for all that you're doing every single day to make Boston a more resilient community. I'm Chris Osgood. I have the great pleasure of leading Boston's Office of Climate Resilience and serving as a senior advisor to our mayor. And for our mayor, her priority is to make sure that Boston remains a wonderful place for every family to call home for generations to come. And we're not going to be able to achieve that goal if we're not facing the risks that Professor Fitzgerald outlined at the top: stormwater flooding, coastal flooding, and extreme heat. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about those risks, talking very briefly about the city's response to it, As a city, we moved from a decade of community-driven planning to a decade of implementation of these community projects. So I'll start first with stormwater flooding. It is obviously raining outside, but not torrentially so, but we've seen the impact of torrential rainstorms in places like Leominster, New York City, repeatedly in Vermont. We know that it is a question of when, not if, severe rainstorms are going to hit our city. And for our city, there are two principal agencies that are focused on this risk. Our Boston Water and Sewer Commission that manages about 600 miles of storm drain infrastructure below the streets, and our Streets Cabinet that manages about 800 roadway miles across our city. For our Boston Water Sewer Commission, in the last 2 years, as many of you may know, they've rolled out a new stormwater program, a program which is ensuring that we are putting more of our investment towards projects that lower stormwater risk, improve water quality as it enters places like the Charles, the Neponset, the Mystic, or the harbor itself, and provides incentives to property owners to make sure that they are making investments on their own properties to be able to handle more stormwater directly. And our Streets Cabinet has created a new office, an Office of Green Infrastructure, that is changing the way in which we build streets so that they are incorporating green infrastructure in our roadway investments from the start. On the screen here, you see Central Square. It is a project in East Boston that some of you may know. It is a place where we are able to build out into the roadway, expand the amount of green infrastructure, expand this park, and be able to plant a whole new set of street trees, expand the open space, and have so much more of that water actually captured and irrigate the trees that are there. Another project that many of you are very familiar with, likely, is the project of the Muddy River. Turn back the clock nearly 30 years. Some of you may recall an absolutely torrential storm that did hit the city of Boston and did knock out much of the Green Line for a significant period of time. Since that period, the town of Brookline, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the city of Boston all collaborated on a nearly $100 million reinvestment in this Muddy River that helped us not only enhance the park, but improve its utility as a stormwater resilient infrastructure that protects our neighborhoods. To quickly hop to coastal flooding. Boston is a city that experiences flooding even on sunny days in some parts of our city, places like Long Wharf, places like Morrissey Boulevard. And we are a city that is looking at about 40 inches of sea level rise between the start of this century and the 2070s. And for a city that 1/6 of which is built on filled tidelands, that has massive impact. In fact, by the 2070s, if we do not act, the expectation is that we'll be looking at about $1.3 billion of annualized losses as a city. So our focus as a city has been to take action. There's been a lot of work which has already been done around new policies and new programs and new projects. To echo Sarah's comments, I want to give a lot of credit to Ted Landsmark. One of those policies is the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, which was put in place by the city's planning department. It is one of the most progressive pieces of zoning policy that ensures that large new buildings that get built in the city of Boston are built for the 2070 1% storm, not just for today's flood risk. We also have been running a series of programs through our Office of Emergency Management looking at near-term flood risk. How would we respond if a Superstorm Sandy were to hit Boston this summer, this fall, et cetera? And then working in collaboration with Sherry, and Sherry will talk much more about this, on a series of projects, and the mayor has put about $150 million in the city's 5-year capital plan to really advance a set of coastal resilience projects, many of which are focused on our parks. One of those is what you see on the screen, a collaboration between our Parks Department and Weston & Sampson. It is Langone Park in the North End. And it is a wonderful example, I think, of what we're trying to achieve across all of our resilience projects, which is not just to lower the risk, but to actually enhance the neighborhood and improve the ecology of the city. That bench is a wonderful place to sit. If you haven't gone there and taken a look at the Constitution and the harbor and the new Bill Russell Bridge, I highly encourage you to. And probably unbeknownst to most people who are sitting on that bench, it is the actual storm, the seawall that is actually protecting the north end during the course of a storm. It's sort of that incorporation of resilient assets with neighborhood investments. The third quick risk I want to talk about, and Sarah did a great job of outlining both the risk and the response around this, is around extreme heat. This is the #1 weather-related cause of death in our country. As Sarah noted, it has significantly different impacts across people and across geographies in our city, for seniors, for youth, for those with underlying health conditions, for places that are urban heat islands, places that have had chronic disinvestment in open space historically in our city. As a city, we are investing significantly in things we can do during the course of heat waves. Next Tuesday, the expectation is we're going to be approaching 90 degrees. We are looking at what are the things that we can be putting out and doing in certain areas of our city to provide shade tents, misting towers, things that can help protect people during that hot weather. We're also looking at the long-term transformation of public space. One of those ways is something which Sarah touched on, which is the planting of street trees. And our Parks Department, since they published their new urban forestry report in 2022, has totally changed how they prioritize street tree planting in the city of Boston. So today, 40% of our street trees get planted in the 20% of Boston that has lower canopy cover, those places we have traditionally planted fewer trees in the past. We're also putting in place new projects and programs really targeted towards helping those folks who are most impacted by extreme heat. We are one of the first cities this summer, we are one of the first cities, northern cities, that's putting in place a set of requirements for our own workforce and our contractors to have heat illness prevention plans in place so that we are able to support our workforce and those that are working for the city during extreme heat events. Just to touch on one other quick project, 2 years ago, the city of Boston rolled out the largest set of green roofs on bus shelters anywhere in the nation. These are largely on the corridor of the 28 bus routes, so Blue Hill Ave and Malcolm X Boulevard. It was done in collaboration with Youth Build, the Workforce Development Agency, and the Social Impact Collective. And it is a great way not only to be able to handle some stormwater that's hitting our streets, create a bit of a pollinator highway, but also empirically lower the temperature for folks who are waiting on hot days for a critical transit service. In fact, it's been documented that these bus shelters are lowering the temperature for those who are waiting on those hot days by about 7 degrees. So before turning it over to Sherry, who is a fundamental partner in so much of this work, just wanted to reflect back on the how. We talk a lot about the what, like what the risk is, what we are building to reduce the risk. But so much of what we are actually working on is how we actually, as a community, respond to the risks in front of us in ways that strengthen the fabric of Boston. And that so much of that is about sort of how you build community and not just build infrastructure. So to quickly look at the 3 projects that I highlighted, the Muddy River Project is really a story, in my mind, of collective governance. It is a massive project that would not be possible without Boston and Brookline and the state and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers finding a way to work together to deliver something. The story of Langone Park is so much about ground-up design. I really like that. I like that term. It's really figuring out what is the thing that the community wants that we can deliver that works on a beautiful blue sky day just as much as it works during a storm, so that we can build momentum for the next project and we can provide an asset that works for residents in general. And a lot of the story of the green roofs on bus shelters is about how we build it and with whom we build it. It's so important to be able to work with community organizations to deliver these projects and build that capacity within our city and within our region to do even more, knowing that there's so much more work in front of us than we have done already. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be with all of you today. Thank you for all you're doing. And I will turn it over to Sherry Ruane, who, again, is a great collaborator on so much of this.
Thank you all so much for having me. As was advertised by Sarah multiple times, here is one of the parks that we built in collaboration with the community and with Green Roots and with others. And one of the key pieces of any of this work is understanding that through the process of design, we are truly enabling agency and communicating that people do have control over their built environment. A lot of people assume that what's out there is what's out there. That's what you get. That is actually not true. And the more we can teach, frankly, the younger generation and the kids in these neighborhoods that they have the power to inform what their landscape and their built environment looks like, the better we will all be when we're all older and they're in charge. So Chelsea is, in fact, one of the front-line dense cities, and they are implementing projects that are really a good example of what neighborhood-scale resilience truly means. So this is not a big, splashy waterfront park. We love those too, but these really are more working streets and neighborhood parks. These are shouldering a lot of the responsibility around the work. So the challenge is integrating the stormwater management, the safety, the client adaptation into these tight spaces, and that includes rights-of-way. So on this slide, you can see Eastern Ave. That's on the left is what it looks like today. One of the proposals in this effort to cool Chelsea and reduce urban heat island effect is shown on the right. This is a rendering, but each and every block that we do takes another bite another piece out. And the more that we can create consistent guidelines and design frameworks, the better off we're going to be. So these are the types of things that we're working on, again, with very deep community engagement. And really what makes the progress possible is close coordination with the city and sustained engagement with the community. So design decisions are informed by how people actually move through and use these spaces, but also what they have said. And the renderings are key because it allows people to understand what we're proposing. You know, even this drawing, which is rendered, is hard for people to understand, right? You are flying over the park from the sky, a perspective you will never enjoy this park from. But here, let me show it to you so that you can tell me what you think. So we often are deploying representation techniques like this one to be like, this is what it's going to feel like to be on the ground there. What do you think? And we get great feedback. And then when the next iteration is updated with that feedback, people are like, oh, they heard me. Great news. So that has been really a significant success. Another piece where this is in Boston, in East Boston, and you can see there's two moments on this rendering that are a little brighter than the rest of the city. And that's just to highlight Lewis Wharf and Carlton Wharf, which are two areas that have been identified as opportunities for climate intervention. So early resilience work in East Boston really helped establish many of the lessons that are now being applied citywide. And projects along the waterfront like these really demonstrate the value of pairing flood protection with public space, as Chris noted about Langone, which is truly one of our, it was the first actually resilient park built in Boston with the Climate Ready Boston guidelines. I think a critical flood happened in the middle of design. And it was really before people were thinking about integrating sea level rise projections into design, and then the park flooded mid-design, and we're like, oh, maybe we should pay attention to sea level rise projections. And it was amazing how quickly the city adapted and we were able to pivot and push forward. So this rendering shows Lewis Wharf and really these public spaces that are multitaskers and able to provide, in addition to the urban heat island effect reduction, managing stormwater, and also sea level rise. And in general, in the landscape, there are really three strategies that you can take in resilience. One is to protect, that is the wall that you saw. One is to accommodate, and that's part of this design, is that it's okay for some of this to flood. It will go away, you will be able to use it again. And then the last is to retreat. Not last, the third is to retreat. And that's often referred to as managed retreat, where key elements or resources or facilities or infrastructure might need to move up or back in order to get out of the way. It's much more challenging and complicated than the first two, but it's still a part of the repertoire. And really, the work that we did in East Boston created a foundation for how Boston now approaches this neighborhood scale resilience. And it is an iterative process that builds capacity over time. So all of these interventions, our goal is never to cut people off from the water. And if you ever are out at Langone, you might notice that the seawall is certainly there, but there are these walkways that actually go all the way down to the water. And people are like, oh, the wall is not contiguous. How does this work? But the way that we graded the site, the top of the wall is the same elevation as the back of the site. So the whole site is really the barrier, but the wall itself is wave mitigation and attenuation so that you're not getting huge crashing waves in larger storm events. And also it allows stormwater out. One of the snafus that you can run into when you build a big barrier along the water is that when it rains behind the wall, the rain gets stuck behind the wall. So it's important to let that out. So these interventions, we do look to the 2071% and we say, okay, what do we need to design to there? We will do that. We understand that in the future we may need larger, taller interventions. So we build these anticipating that. We don't need a 5-foot wall today that maybe down the road we will build this 3-foot wall with the ability to build upon it. So there's geotechnical, structural, subsoil analysts that all work with us to develop these flood solutions. Last but not least, I did want to talk about Moakley Park, which is a massive undertaking by the City of Boston. This is an overview that shows the entire park. There's a dashed line right through the middle of it that shows where a flood barrier is being proposed. It connects on the south side of the site and the north side of the site. So Weston & Sampson is working with many partners and other consultants to develop a cohesive strategy that will help block off one of the major flood pathways into not only South Boston, where this sits, but the South End, Route 93, a few other major things, and Roxbury. So this is a really important project for that. This image, which was developed by one of our partners, Stoss, this shows active recreation and how it's been deployed across the site. And the flood barrier component, which is where my cursor is running right now, the goal there is to integrate that into the site so that you are not there thinking, there's the flood barrier. This is an integrated component into the landscape. We've built important site features off it, amphitheaters, overlooks, sports fields that work right into it with seating, and really worked incredibly hard to make this park feel really dovetailed into the context that it sits within. So this work really brings together the coastal flood protection and all the different systems I talked about, but also the recreation into one civic landscape. So moving this from this vision, gorgeous picture, sort of easy to do in Photoshop. Not easy, don't tell my team I said that. Hard to do, but easier than building it for millions and millions of dollars. Taking that and converting that into actual constructible, permittable, affordable landscapes, not easy. So that really takes what I like to call an interdependent team, which is engineers, scientists, the government, the neighbors, everybody sitting around the table. And the reason I use the word interdependent is because we truly believe we are dependent on everyone around the table. There is not one person at that table that is not as important as the other voices. So the geotech is going to have ideas about landscape. The neighborhood representatives are going to have ideas about the barrier, and they're all valid, and we're working together and iterating through these scenarios to come up with what is going to be truly best for this site. And that's something else that we pride ourselves on. The designs that we implement could not work anywhere else. This is not a copy-paste. Our goal is that you can't tell that these are Weston & Sampson designs and that they just feel like they've always been there because they're so inherently grounded in the space. So just to close, across Chelsea, Boston, a few themes really are consistent, is that resiliency depends on long-term partnerships, not isolated projects. Implementation is where equity and trust are tested most directly. And resilience is most successful when it shows up in the streets and the parks that people use every day. That's the work that ultimately turns climate planning into lived experience and improves quality of life. Thank you. Oh, wait. Hold on, let me fix that for you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, let me fix that for you. So I want to...
While we're doing that, everyone want to stand up for a second, take a nice seventh inning stretch. Take a deep breath in. Yeah, well, thank you. Good afternoon. So my name's Gregory King. I'm the managing director of TSK Energy Solutions. We're a single-man consultancy located in Cambridge, trying to do good work around energy and environmental justice. I'm here today actually standing in for Ed Gaskins, who's the executive director of Greater Grove Hall Main Street. Ed had a trip and got in touch and said he would not be able to attend. Could I stand in for him? And he's a pretty big shoes to fill. I met Ed through some work with the Mass Clean Energy Center, and I had a chance to learn about his community and Greater Grove Hall, which is actually probably the poster child for every urban problem that exists on the planet. It's 3% of the land mass, 83% of the brownfields of the city of Boston. It's a heat island. It's got terrible air quality, lots of abandoned property, and it's also subject to stormwater damage, et cetera. So I've been actually working with Ed on a system in an effort to try to bring a new legislative framework into Massachusetts. And this is really in response to the reality that particularly black and brown communities have suffered from decades of uninvestment, failure to invest. And so we have cumulative burdens that have grown over time, have only gotten worse. And in spite of a lot of policy efforts, we haven't really moved the needle very far. So there's been a history of exclusion from clean energy initiatives. These communities suffer from high energy burden, and to make matters worse, we often see the work that is being done in the community to try to mitigate some of the worst consequences of the underinvestment or lack of investment being done by folks, outside the community. And so in 2021, I had the pleasure of working on the climate bill that's been passed by then Governor Baker, where we codified environmental justice. However, in the process of the policy-making process, which is, again, sausage-making, there are a number of compromises where we ended up with a definition of environmental justice communities that have nothing to do with any environmental damage. So if you're familiar with environmental justice designations in Massachusetts, it's based on race, income, and language isolation. It has nothing to do with any environmental damage or evidence of public health trauma or anything else. And as a result, we have over 200 communities that are quote-unquote EJ communities, or I say, sorry, 200 out of 351 cities and towns have EJ census block are considered then eligible for environmental justice funding. And so what happens in this system is that those communities, wealthy communities like Lexington and Wellesley, they are able to get funds to their community, while other less resourced communities like Grove Hall have great difficulty. So rather than overhaul the system in its entirety, in collaboration with Ed and Joan, I introduced the Green Zone legislation, which seeks to augment the existing designation of EJ census block by enabling communities with environmental damage to be designated as green zones and thus eligible for something we refer to as the Green Zone Investment Fund. This is an attempt to create a system to mitigate the system that's already in place that has caused these particular problems. And so we drafted an act promoting environmental justice in Massachusetts. It's draft legislation. As I mentioned, it's designed to complement, not replace the current system. It requires development of a scoring system comprised of public health, greenhouse gas emissions data, energy burden, and demographic data. And it establishes a system for designation of environmental justice communities as green zones. So think of this body of EJ communities around the state where the most damage would be designated as green zones and then available for creating a green zone investment fund. And so why is this important? What's the connection to resiliency? Well, we don't have resilient communities if we do not invest in resiliency as a measure, right? And so part of the challenge that we have today is that while money, you read in the paper, there's money going into EJ communities, you know, when you kind of dig down under the covers, you realize that that money is really not getting to the most needy. And that's a problem that I think we can solve by virtue of, you know, recognizing that we're not in a level playing field. We have decades of disinvestment. There are some communities more significantly damaged than others, and we need to come up with a way to prioritize those particular communities. And so the Green Zone Investment Fund is intended to be funded not by taxpayer or ratepayer dollars, but by polluters. And so as part of the Green Zone initiative, what we've done is we have created a framework, a planning framework, which is intended to support community engagement, you know, innovation investment, quantify social impacts, using something like the impact rate of return, identify projects for investments and prioritize those projects based on their potential for impact, increase community resiliency for climate change, and improve public health. And so this is the foundation of the Green Zone initiative in Massachusetts, you know, again, looking to try to direct public dollars to those most in need in a way that takes into account the need for good tools and good planning methodologies so that the projects that have the greatest potential for reversing some of the damage get prioritized. So, you know, and you know, what is a green zone? So in our view of a green zone, it's a community transformed from highly polluted, economically distressed, into more of a vibrant area that practices, that has good green business practice, healthier environment, and stronger economic future. And the planning framework, you know, kind of consists of a number of different steps, beginning with an environmental audit, where you do air quality, health data, land use analysis, community landscape analysis, you know, looking at the building topology, hardscape, et cetera, and provides a summary of all overall infrastructure. Grove Hall happens to be a neighborhood where there's a lot of impervious surfaces, and a good percentage of the housing there is, not surprisingly, multifamily. There's only like 4% of the housing there that would be considered single family. Mostly are triple deckers and two families built back in the late 1800s or early 1900s. And then the methodology includes a project financial framework that kind of looks at inputs, health inputs and what have you, and computes a score. That score then determines whether you would qualify to become a green zone, and if so, how you might be prioritized. And all this feeds into what we call a community master plan, where we do different project feasibility studies to essentially take the entirety of all of the things that potentially could be done and rank them so that they can be invested in on a priority basis. As I mentioned, the Greenhouse Zone Investment Fund is something that we're looking at being funded by things like the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, the building performance ordinances that cities like Cambridge, where I live, and Boston through Berto and Newton have passed. And the Attorney General has a legal settlement fund where they've been awarded dollars. So all of these particular sources of funds need a more directed way. And you know, part of the reason we have the disparities we have is that there's politics involved in the distribution of these funds. And so often we see that the most needy of the communities are never quite able to secure these funds. You know, we're a state that's acknowledged for its solar deployments. We've done maybe 15 gigawatts of solar, but less than 2% is serving a low-income household or a black and brown community. So with this particular legislation, the goal is to try to bring more science, more quantitative analysis into the planning process, and to provide a way for communities to qualify for dollars that could be invested in things beyond, housing. So green infrastructure, green roofs, white roofs, as well as obviously stormwater management and mitigation, more green spaces, all of which tend to be difficult things to attract developers to do because they don't necessarily have the traditional kind of payback or ROI. It's about wanting to create a system where we can extend the health and well-being of entire communities by recognizing that investments are an important part of the way we move forward and trying to create a more equitable future. Thank you.
So we've covered quite a bit in terms of the scope and scale of what resilience means. I have some questions, certainly, but let me start with questions from the audience, and you may have them on a... Okay. So let's start with this one. What are the opportunities to build smarter while also addressing the high cost of housing? I don't know how much the housing element, except for Grove Hall, might factor in here.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
For the previous panel? Yeah, is this for this panel? What are the opportunities to build smarter while also addressing the high cost of housing?
I'm happy to address that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I think building smarter when it comes to housing stock, we need to lean more into the prefab world where we have the ability now to create building subassemblies in a factory, have them shipped to a site, and have them erected in a month. And to me, this is an exciting development in the built environment, one that has a lot of potential. Obviously, that type of ecosystem would require, manufacturing because of the weight and size of some of these assemblies to be relatively close to where they're deployed, but they do sort of transform the entire construction of a building from being a labor intensive to being a bit more of a material intensive. And we have the opportunity to build these sub-assemblies with things like mass timber and wool fiber and other natural sources that would lend to their overall sustainability and their ability to support low embodied carbon. So I think there's a future where people who work in construction are working in a factory, and that factory is building these sub-assemblies, and they're transported in site, and they're erected in weeks.
Yeah. Great. I have a question concerning what, for the other three, you talked about both hard infrastructure as well as green infrastructure in these parks. And you mentioned the Boston Water and Sewer Commission, and we know John Sullivan has some very strong ideas about the need for hard infrastructure, right? And at one point, when Mariama White-Hammond was in, she said, no, we're doing all nature-based solutions. And obviously, you can't do all one or the other. Could you speak to the relative contribution in any given project and in the city in general?
Sure. I think there's two separate ways I would look at that. One is that I think we very much recognize the co-benefits, the incredible co-benefits of green infrastructure. That having trees, having a park, having a place that sort of is a great place to be is one of those things that residents very much want, and is one of those things that makes any investment that we're making a great thing, again, on that sort of sunny day and not just on that stormy day. I also think there's a lot of opportunity, though, for us to deepen our understanding of the efficacy of green infrastructure. I think we should not look at gray infrastructure as inherently like effective and green infrastructure as necessarily less so. And I think so to exactly your point, there is a lot of work which is being done and with credit to the Boston Water and Sewer Commission and others, but a lot of work by a group called the Stone Living Lab out of UMass Boston in collaboration with Boston Harbor Now that is looking at how do you actually do the research to quantify the resilience-related benefits of nature-based solutions. And that body of work is incredibly important to us because in any investment we want to make sure that we are having that risk-reducing benefit, but we would love to be able to provide that in a way that works in any of our neighborhoods best. I do think there is a piece of intersection between the two where almost all of our projects are not going to be all one or all the other. And really so much of this is about a fusion of the green and the gray. And you see that already in some places along Boston's waterfront, places like the Condor Street Urban Wild in East Boston or a section of the South Boston waterfront where there's a set of living seawall panels that have been installed on what is a traditional seawall with the idea that as we are making investments in some of that necessary gray infrastructure, that we're also improving the overall ecology of the harbor, something which is a goal for all of us. I don't know if there's...
One thing I will add, and it's sort of a word of caution, is that green infrastructure is awesome, and we don't want the public open spaces to become stormwater overflows and nothing else. So I think, there's a couple times we were working with Boston Water and Sewer at Harambee Park in Dorchester, and they're like, oh, this is amazing. You guys are at this low point. We've got a big interceptor right there. We'll just put it into the park. And we were like, no, thank you. So we have to really work together to understand what is the balance. Yes, we want to multitask in those parks, and it is incredibly important that they remain high-quality open space for passive and active recreation that provides access to everybody. It can't just be a thing. And when we had massive snow, the first thing DPW asks is, can we dump the snow in the parks? And everyone's like, why don't you want the snow in the parks? Like, do you know what's in the snow? Terrible things are in the snow. And when you put them in parks and it melts, terrible things are in the parks. And so not thinking about the park as this empty space to be used, but thinking about it as a living, breathing system of infrastructure that together offers these benefits. We don't want to compromise on ultimately the improvement to quality of life of the people that need them so desperately.
Great. Sarah, did you have any input on that? Questions from the audience? Maria.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about green gentrification, as we're talking about how important it is to have green infrastructure, but also more greenery and more trees and more parks. What we have seen so many studies that how that leads to gentrification, something that we actively try to avoid. But can you talk a little bit about these dilemmas and how they can be better handled?
Yeah, I mean, there's a school of thought I've seen that says just green enough, where no offense, mostly policymakers that are thinking about like what is the line between neighborhood improvement and causing gentrification. I take some issue with that school of thought just because I think everybody deserves the best green space and the best built environment that's available to them, the best design. But the truth is this is where design and policy have to come into cooperation with each other. If you look at a project like in Washington, D.C., 11th Street Bridge Park, right, which was done with policies in place with community land trusts to keep people in place in their homes, right, after the park was built, to create funds for local businesses also to stay in place. And so it's not just about the design. I think a lot of people tend to blame the design, right? But if you have those policies in place, and I would say also something, as we've all talked about here, if the design is done with the residents as well, right, and they feel welcome to it and they can fight for it, then I think we try to guard against it, right? It's very different than, say, somebody, coming in, flying in and just doing the design and maybe putting in a lot of amenities that don't have the community in mind. Then yes, that's going to hyperspeed gentrification. I would also say these are great questions. I love that I see more and more landscape architecture and architecture students come in, and this is the first thing they think about. They say, we want to do the best design, but what about gentrification? So it's definitely something we are tackling with this generation right now that's learning.
Good answer. Any other questions from this audience? Okay, I'm going to wrap it up with one. I know I keep going on about Moakley Park, but I think we've kind of given the impression today, you get the community and an engineer and and a landscape architect sitting at a table and you come up with a solution and boom, it's there. It's a lot more complicated than that. And so, here again, you've got like all these different state agencies can you talk a little bit about that level of what it takes to develop that park?
Yeah, I'll start and then you jump in. I'm actually only 25, but I look 53 because of Moakley Park. So I'm just kidding. It's because of all the City of Boston parks. No, but truly, I joke, but it is almost as much political and social engineering as it is physical engineering, and that is not a joke. We must operate at so many different levels and meet people where they're at in the community, and then read the room with the elected officials, understand the permitting agency. And there's something, I will say, I benefit from Weston and Sampson's longevity. We were founded in 1899, and to the best of my knowledge, only the accountants started then. Everyone else is new. But knowing the agencies and knowing the permitters and having relationships with them is absolutely critical. You know what their hot buttons are. You know what questions they're going to ask. You know what red lines are going to show up on the drawing. So you submit a package sort of already understanding that's what's coming. And then also understanding that while the design vision is inspiring and gets people fired up and really can change hearts and minds, it also must adapt to whatever the current condition is. Whether that's the electeds want more active recreation, I'm just making this one up, or whether the permitting agencies, have issue with too much gray and not enough green, and other things. We need, as designers and as the city's project team, to be agile and to be able to evolve those plans to protect the intent of the design while adapting to the conditions that are going to get it built. And I think that is sometimes an art and a science, and we need to basically begin with the understanding that it's our job to engender goodwill across the board. And that goodwill, painting the picture of what's possible here for whatever the audience is. What's possible here is blocking a flood to 93. Okay, that's pretty great. What's possible here is introducing new resilient fields that will last longer and endure a flood. Okay, that's pretty great. But painting those pictures in a way that everyone in the room, in many rooms, are willing to commit to the outcome before the path to get there is clear. Once we've got that, then we know we will succeed. The line will not be straight, but we know we will get there. And so we really have to be quick on our feet and willing to pivot as needed to push forward.
I was going to talk about funding, and that was so inspirational. It is important. So briefly, just to sort of talk about all of these things, all of this work, whether it is energy transition or decarbonization, investment in neighborhood housing, or improving the resilience of our communities does require significant investment. And I think we are very fortunate to be at a point where, as a city, there's more money that is going to this than ever. Right now at Beacon Hill, there is the Mass Ready Act, the environmental bond bill. It is the largest bond bill in the state's history, and it is largely focused on resilience. That there are partners that have come in, like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who have an opportunity to provide very significant federal funding to advance this. But to move these projects forward at pace, at the pace that residents expect and want and deserve, we do need to think about how we sort of best collectively sort of prioritize, invest, and design. And so much of what Sherry sort of spoke about is, I think, fundamental to that. We won't build the support if we're not building the right park or project or design. I think one additional note, I think it is absolutely right that quick on your feet is essential in all these projects. I think the other two attributes are around patience and perseverance. And that photo that I showed of Langone Park, I look at that photo a lot because it has not only a photo of Langone Park, which is amazing, but in that photo are also sort of a reminder that we can do big things as a community. You can see Boston Harbor and you can see the Zakim Bridge. These are two times that, as a broad region, we have decided there's a major challenge in front of us: the health of our harbor, grinding gridlock in downtown. And we have made a choice to figure out how to actually solve those problems. And both times, we've not only solved or addressed the problem, but we have actually enhanced the community as a result. We've changed the city's relationship with the harbor, the region's relationship with the harbor. We've created the Rose Kennedy Greenway. And it's a reminder to me that, yes, these things are hard, and yes, they certainly take time, and yes, they are complicated, but yes, they can get done. And we have that ability, and so I'm very excited to figure out how with each of these things, and in these cases it may be a more series of projects than singular projects, but how in this series of projects we can make sure that we are doing as we have done in the past, which is deliver something great for our Commonwealth.
Great way to end it. Thank you very much.
I've had the fortunate opportunity in my years in Boston to find myself moving back and forth between the arts and policymaking. And a lot of folks wonder what the connection is between the two. The arts, I think, are too often viewed as some sort of effete process outside of the grit of policymaking. And artists are often thought of as sort of removed from the nasty realities of community organizing and economic development. But in my experience, and it took even me a little bit of time to draw the direct connections, the arts and policymaking really engage individuals and communities in visualizing what we want the present and the future to be. And the disconnect that exists between the work and the lives of artists, working artists, and the work and the culture that goes on within communities often creates an artificial gap between what we think of when we think of the arts and what we think of when we think of how we go about improving and addressing root issues within our communities. So our organizers have put together a panel, and I'll have folks introduce themselves and their work in their own terms, because I think that's only the fair way for artists to be introduced. We have a panel that I think opens for us some very fundamental questions about the intersections between the arts and culture and identity, on the one hand, and policy making and culture and identity on another. And so I'm going to jump right in and have our panelists introduce themselves. And then I hope we will have a very rich conversation about the future of the intersections between community development and the arts. And then I'll conclude with one or two comments about all of that. So to my right and left, your left, you're on.
Hi, thank you. Really is a pleasure to be here. My name is Jody Kipnis. I am the co-founder of the Holocaust Legacy Foundation, and right now we are in the process of creating and building Boston's first Holocaust museum, actually New England's only Holocaust museum, right on Boston's Freedom Trail, and we have a powerful view of the State House. So, you know, for me, I always thought that I understood the Holocaust until at a very young age, they were teaching Holocaust education. I would say preteen, I was maybe somewhere between 8 and 10 years old, and they were showing us black and white footage of liberation with emancipated bodies. So you can imagine as a very young student, it was really scary. And I became what I call, I made up this term myself, a Holocaust avoider. I still have not seen Schindler's List, believe it or not. Had never walked into a Holocaust museum and avoided talking about it at all costs until I had a life-changing experience in 2018, which I went with a Holocaust survivor and stood on the grounds of Auschwitz and just really could not believe what I was seeing there. And you know, as when I came home, I really was not thinking about building a Holocaust museum, but I really started to understand that Holocaust education is so important, and it's not just about the images that we see. Holocaust education isn't just about the past. We really have to think about today when we're teaching about the Holocaust, because the lessons that we learned through the Holocaust is how quickly societies can change, how fragile democracy can be, and how quickly misinformation can spread throughout the society. So what we're looking to do that's very different in our museum is not just take the visitor through the linear path of the Holocaust, but thinking about society today and you know how we are learning so much differently than we learned back then. We don't want the experience to be a passive experience, but you know, right as you go through history, we really want the visitors to have an interactive experience and really reflecting on themselves and who they will be. We want them coming into the museum as one person and reflecting on themselves and really leaving someone different, thinking differently. Not really telling the visitors how to think. We just want them to think deeper by bringing them through some really difficult conversations and questions that we ask throughout the museum. So really excited to be here and answer your questions and be with you today. And again, thank you for having me.
And if I can add one thing to that. When I was in law school, I was part of a law school film society that showed an Ophuls film called The Sorrow and the Pity, which interviewed a number of average French citizens seeking their comments on what they were experiencing and what they had done during the Holocaust. And I guess it was Hannah Arendt who said, who spoke to the way otherwise average, caring people could overlook the horrors that were going on around them. And we showed it in the Film Society as an ethical challenge to the question of how evil can take place while the rest of us are complacent. And obviously that's a significant question for policymakers at this very moment. Anne?
Thank you. You want us to give our talk? Okay. Hi, my name is this on? Yep. Okay. My name's Ann Hawley. I'm Director Emerita of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, and actually formerly did a startup and then ran a public agency before I went to the museum. And in that startup, I met Kitty Dukakis. I was 29 years old and trying to start a nonprofit working with performing arts and museums in Boston with funding from a foundation. And I was working away, and Kitty joined our board of advisors and taught me so much, because I had no idea at that point how what I was doing needed to be communicated to a larger public, the amazing networks and cellular structures of the city of Boston and who was what and whom. And she really mentored me and helped me develop leadership skills so sorely needed to pull this off. And in the process, we became friends, and because we shared some things in common, and I got to know her. She was an extraordinary human being, and many of the things that are happening today really stem from leadership that she provided back in the 80s and 90s and to early 2000s. She was an artist. I don't know how many of you know that, but she was a modern dancer. Her father was an extraordinary violinist and conductor, and she really, really understood what it meant to be a maker of art and what it meant to communicate that inner soul to a public. And because she had that incredible capacity in her art, she also was very, very committed to the fact that the arts should be a much more available and pervasive part of communities and people's lives, because for artists, and you can speak to this better than I, to be able to enter that transformative space where you forget yourself and you become connected to something so beyond you, whether it's a picture or a symphony or a dancer executing a movement, she knew that magic and how important it was for all people to be able to access that. And so she, knowing this as her armament, really, and her strength, she went forward as a leader in so many different spaces that you've been hearing about today and all these different panels. She had a natural leadership capacity, and then she honed it over the years. And when Michael became governor, she just knew how to get things done and how to take something that needed to be done. She could translate it into a larger vision and execute. And I just wanted to share some of the things that I worked on with her. She also, I understand that her son, John, described her this morning as having an incredible amount of impatience, and that was true. And so one of the things that we worked on, how many of you go to the Berkshires occasionally? Yeah. Well, back then, in the early 80s, when you went to the Berkshires, the exit off the Mass Turnpike was horrible, because you got off and there was this ugly exit and about 50 different signs of what you could find where, and it was total confusion. And the Arts Council that I was working with wanted to do a design project and make it a great the exit a great entry to the Berkshires, both from the New York side and the Massachusetts side. So we worked with a landscape architect named Volpe at UMass Amherst. You may know him. And he came up with a wonderful plan. We and also had met with people in Lee, the town that this comes out to get their input. And one of the major things that citizens wanted was to get rid of it. They called it the sea of signage that was there. So we came up with this great plan, and the Massachusetts Turnpike Authority said, absolutely no way. We don't want this. Get out of our way. And so I went to Kitty, and Kitty got a meeting with the head of the Turnpike Authority, whom I will not name because he's probably still living. And he took reluctantly a meeting with us. He was so enraged about the fact that someone would tread on his territory that he looked at the two of us and he said, all right, I'm going to do it, but now you can leave. And he got up and let us exit his office, but he grabbed me and held me back with his hand, and he looked at me and he said, I never want to see you again. That was my first project with Kitty. So another was Jacob's Pillow, which is also in the Berkshires. Jacob's Pillow is a historic dance program located in the hills around Becket, Massachusetts. It had an illustrious history with Ted Shawn, who was an early male dancer, ballet dancer in America, which was not an easy thing to do. And he had formed this as a summer place where many outstanding people came and did new work and tried out new things. But by the early 80s, it was about to go under, and it had just not had the right leadership, either its trustee or staff. And so Kitty decided it should be rescued. And she went to work recruiting new board members, trustees who could give. And I worked with her to get a new director, and we found this woman, Liz Thompson, who was a New Yorker, who was married to a dancer, Clive Thompson, with the Alvin Ailey Company, and who had a distinguished career. And Liz worked tirelessly. The pillow was turned around, it was saved, and then over time, I hope some of you have been there recently because it's just flourishing. But if it hadn't been for Kitty, it may have been nowhere today. And she was like that with so many organizations and so many people. She had such an eye for talent. She did not suffer fools at all. And she was one who really went after talent, which was how we got Liz. Finally, a couple other things. The Esplanade, I don't know how many of you notice the cherry trees every year on the Esplanade. Well, that was a Kitty project. She had a huge, which you probably know about, open space, public space project in which she worked to improve many parks and public spaces. And finally, just to mention the Massachusetts Cultural Council, which I directed in the 80s, when it was called the Massachusetts Council on the Arts and Humanities. That, again, today is a legacy of Kitty's because she put her shoulder to making sure that that little state agency that nobody cared about and nobody thought had any possibilities to really becoming a major player with amending, for example, the bonding authorities so that not only could the colleges and universities get bonding but money, but so could museums and performing arts facilities, for example. And so it was, she just had a mind that was on fire and impatient to affect change in the area I knew so well, which was art and culture. And we're still today benefiting from that great contribution.
That's always the goal. I can use this one so we don't have to run so much risk of passing. And it's on already, actually, I think. My name is Heather Kaplow. I am a Boston-based and actually born and bred artist. And I'm here today because Kate Gilbert, who will talk to you next, invited me to do a project with the Boston Public Art Triennial. And I'm incredibly honored. It's like a huge public engagement piece with a sculptural element that we'll show you a peek of later. And I'll be giving a demo of it the sort of engagement piece of it outside after this event. But I think just because I grew up here, Kitty was sort of a public figure in the world when I was a child. And the thing that stood out to me most about her compared to the other public figures I had exposure to was that her humanness was really foregrounded. And I hadn't seen that before. So maybe also a powerful leader, but like leadership is visible in a lot of places. Being human while leading was less visible in those days. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
I'll use the one that's on. Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Gilbert. I'm an artist. So, Ted, thank you for allowing us to put that forward. Most people are like, really? Like, yeah, I'm still making weird stuff in a studio. It gets harder and harder. But my approach to life is through how I see and observe. And over a career of over 25 years here, it's gone from being very quiet in a studio to using the city as a canvas. So about 11 years ago, out of great frustration, I am also a very impatient person. Great frustration around like, where's the public art in the city? Why isn't this happening more quickly? You know, we have lots of money here. There's lots of innovation. Why aren't our public streets and sidewalks and public spaces looking like the rest of us? You know, we are such a international city now. People stay after they come to school here. So 11 years ago, I started something called Now and There, Now Temporary, There, Site-Specific Public Art. And I had, prior to that, worked for the Rose Kennedy Greenway as one of the first 7 women there to figure out how we were going to program this space. I met Ted back at the Boston Society of Architects when everyone was looking at what would this space be when we took down the highway. And so I had the networks and the connections, and I wrote down something that Sherry said earlier at the last panel about social engineering. So, you know, I had all these things and the great frustration, but I didn't really know how to put it together. So in the past 11 years, we've really just been experimenting. We've been using temporary public art, and that ranges from clouds, 13-foot clouds, and a gate with St. Pete standing there, Pete, head of security, standing there for you, to the first Joy Parade in Boston with Nick Cave over 2.5 miles. We've hung things off of buildings. We've kind of done it all. I still really want to do the world's largest picnic, so hit me up if you want to do that, and you want to do permitting around that. But the most recent sort of coup that was really a citywide collective effort was the Boston Public Art Triennial. So we just closed that in October. It was a 6-month expression of public art. We had officially 20 projects, but there were a lot of sort of hidden and guerrilla pieces, and I hope every time we come back to do this every 3-year citywide expression, that will continue. We were looking at issues of indigeneity. We had pieces about climate. We had pieces that brought us just simply joy and celebration. My favorite, I have a lot of favorites, but in this crowd, you can know my favorite was we blew up a replica colonial ship on City Hall Plaza. So with fireworks and fire, a ring of fire, we had this great moment of decolonization and celebration. So I'm very honored to be holding this space as an artist, as someone who just sort of puts pieces together and hopes you guys we like it. And yeah, I think I'll just end it at that. And my mantra throughout this next 20 minutes or so will be about just doing it and making it temporary. It is a great way to build policy after something's already been sort of tested.
Hello, my name is Kilian Mukwete. I am an assistant professor in the School of Architecture in KMD department here at Northeastern. I've been teaching here as an adjunct and then kind of gradually into a full-time position since 2015. And one of the things that I'm going to share, I think I'm first, I can see my slides there. One of the things I'm going to share is a way of working that over the time as a practicing architect and as an educator I've kind of been experimenting with, and it's become a way of doing the work that I'm doing, which is how can we leverage community engagement as a tool for both working with community partners and also working with students, and potentially connecting the three, right? The third one here being, facilitators that can make project, become real. So one of the projects that I'm going to share, I think it's a small project, but it's one that really came out well in that opportunity for engaging communities, engaging students with communities, and then engaging other community partners in supporting what our community partners in the ground in Roxbury were trying to achieve. So yeah, I'm going to stop there, and then I will share a little bit more on my slides on that particular project.
So, Kitty was a visionary who saw the arts as integral to the way communities could come together. And I'd like each of you to make a comment on your own vision of the role that you and the arts can play in terms of addressing some of the key policy issues that the country and this region face at this moment. And we have plenty of mics.
Well, I'll start, except I don't want to drop another mic. Is this one on? No, but there's I think that is this on? Okay. I think that the young children in elementary, and in secondary schools should be getting a more profound opportunity to explore an art form in their education. I think this repeated beat on STEM education really disenfranchises them from much larger capacities that they have inside of them to think and dream and express. And the public policy is so limp now in terms of any kind of affirmation of this as an important part of being a human being. And I think tackling that could go a long way towards dealing with our horrendous social climate right now.
I'll take it next. So first, I just want to say to Kate, I will help you with that. I know a lot about permitting, believe me. And it has not been fun, but I'm always up for another challenge. So, when we think about, as I talked about, like some of the lessons of there's many lessons of the Holocaust, and we think about these younger audiences and the community at large coming in, our target audience will not just be tourists and young people, but also we're thinking about our local community. And, when we think about some of those lessons, of the Holocaust, we really think about, what is it, the story that we want to tell? And it's really about human dignity when we think about it. When I start talking about democracy, I have to tell you, it's one of our core themes in the museum. And the first thing I get is, well, are you taking a political stance? And I say, no. This isn't about, any one politics, any one generation. It's really about being human. And, teaching about belonging, to a society, and also learning about what people are capable of doing to each other. What are our responsibilities to each other? What are the police? We think about law enforcement. What are their responsibilities to their community? When we look back at the history of the Holocaust, neighbors, the way neighbors are with how and just people were just so complicit to the laws, and instead of helping their neighbors. And I'm not going to say that all were like that. We then do. Our museum is not just about history, it's about action. And we also talk about moral courage. It's also a really big underlying theme, and really making sure the visitor does leave empowered. As I said, we don't want it just to be a linear path through the Holocaust. We want to invite the visitors into the difficult questions, thinking about them as well. The museum is beyond just Jewish history. It's about human history. And we talk about the diverse communities throughout the museum. And we want to really go beyond just, like, as I said, just thinking about, who are our tourists, who are our school groups, but really making sure the entire local community also feels part of what we're doing. Because those conversations need to be about identity and prejudice and civic responsibility, because we all have a shared humanity.
Yeah, I think from my perspective and from the project that I'm going to share with students and working with communities, I think the most important thing that I can share in that is a lot of ground-up community neighborhood associations that work day in, day out in these neighborhoods that are disadvantaged, that are underdeveloped, often find themselves with problems they're trying to solve, like, for example, in Roxbury, where they are seeing a disappearance of open spaces, and they don't have the means in order to do feasibility studies, in order to, and those feasibility studies, you need them in order to get funding, in order to implement. So I think from my perspective and from the work that I've been doing is, how can we bring the expertise that we have in education, bring the expertise that we have in students that we're working with, and establish collaborations with these ground-up communities that are trying to solve these problems. In Roxbury, it was Neighborhood Path Forward Association, and they were trying to preserve a space that was a space where the Black Panther used to provide their services. And this was in danger of being turned over to developers, and they wanted to preserve it. So the collaboration that we established in this case was, how could we, working with that neighborhood association, work with the city, and work with other professional organizations to help them produce information they need to advocate for that space to be preserved. And beyond that, work with them as well to help them advocate to get funding through the city. And thankfully, in this instance, the city was able to actually find $25,000 somewhere, which went a long way to actually make the installation possible. So anyway, the point that I'm trying to make here is that I think usually there are projects that can be made at a big scale where there's a big budget and it takes years to be implemented. But on the other end, where you have groups and communities that are trying to do the day-to-day things that they're advocating for their neighborhood, how can institutions that have knowledge, that have young ideas, form these partnerships that can not wait for money to be available from the city in big budgets, but also just really provide the needed services that these groups are looking at. So I know I'm rambling there, but I think there is opportunities for collaborative work that can leverage engagement and that can become then a vehicle to empowering these local groups that are looking to solve problems in their neighborhoods.
In our work, we follow the artists first, and artists are looking at every one of these policies that we all want to change. So I can't point to one. I'm going to sort of point to all of them, and through that, through trusting artists, supporting vision, putting real money and collaborative effort behind it, those artists can then, with community, find the things that they really want to change. I think the sum of all of this is helping people feel seen and safe in public space, and that is getting more and more uncertain these days. And we had, when we started the organization, we had a slogan: "I am the art, I am the public." What happened to my agency within public space? It becomes much harder, especially in an urban setting like this. I feel somewhat okay going into my neighborhood and sort of cleaning up, but I do feel like I need to get someone's permission these days. So one of the projects that we did that's a sort of good case test study for all of this is Gabriel Sosa. He's a local artist. We found through community listening sessions that the Maverick Community Landing Center really wanted a piece of art. He went in, he listened, and they said, we just want ways to distribute information. And so he created Enya Press. This press was used for little zines that kids were using and selling. Sometimes they were leaving them, distributing them on park benches. But they were also using it to distribute posters about ICE and what to do when you see ICE. They were distributing it around housing, a housing action that they were taking place. And I think that is the power of art, is just to be that social lubricant, to again share with the policymakers of the world to say this is what we collectively want.
Yeah, I'll take that. Very 1 minute response. I think it's, in addition to social lubricant, it's also a destabilizing force in a good way that kind of reminds people that basically, I think the most important thing I can be doing as an artist in these times is a little bit teaching people how to think on their feet. So when you're exposed to an idea that doesn't sit right, you're sort of forced to break out of your, routine, I guess, routinized ways of looking at things. And that applies in both, the policies make assumptions. And part of an artist's work, I think, right now is really to make sure those assumptions don't get too entrenched before people have to use them, start using them.
Within our broader society, artificial intelligence has become the major trend for investing and transforming teaching and curricula and what have you. And I'm very curious as to what you envision the intersection of your art making and community building will be in the context of artificial intelligence, which tends to be perceived as individualized and kind of idiosyncratic in its own way, but not necessarily a part of community building, which is what you've talked about. So could you comment on AI and what you envision the future of AI will be in terms of supporting community building through the arts? Just a small question.
I think that's for you, Kate. Why me?
It's funny because I was just having lunch with someone today, and we were talking about this. You'd think I'd be a little bit more ready for the question. We were actually talking about if AI can. The idea was that AI has seen everything and therefore can sort of make everything it's seen. And a visual artist, for instance, has sort of seen as much as they've seen and can make things. So can AI make more? And the conversation we were having was about soul, right? That thing that resonates in us. And sometimes some people are up here and some people are more chill. And it might be spirituality. It might be just the way your cells are arranged. Does AI have that? And it kind of came back around to this conversation of right now it's up to us, those people that have all the different vibrations or however you want to put that together, to make the policy to ensure that AI is being used in a collaborative, safe way.
Killian, I understand you have a whole slide deck on this.
Oh. Not on AI, but I can talk a little bit about, maybe not related to the slides that I have, but I do think that AI does have opportunities in helping community groups to do some of the work that typically they would struggle to do. For an example, the project that I will show on the slides, one of the aspects of it, the community wanted to create a database of all of the images and historical images and work that the Black Panther Boston chapter did. And there's a lot of this that sits in different parts and different universities that is spread apart. So one of the tasks that they asked us to do is, can we help them collate all of this work so that it can be connected to this art installation that I'm going to show in a minute. And we had to work with students to do that, right? And this was before, because this project was done like end of 2020. This was before AI could really have its feet. So a simple thing like that, which is just collating information, collating data and aggregating that. I think these days with AI, that should not be something that becomes impossible for a community group to do. So my hope will be that the tools that AI have, if they can be accessible to groups to be able to kind of aggregate and look at their community assets in a database that they can own, that would be a helpful way of using and leveraging AI, especially in kind of cultural assets building way. So anyway, I can go
let's
through
take
some
a look
slides
at it
quickly, but this is not AI. But so I'm going to go through a quick set of slides on a project that I worked with students, and I mentioned that part of my work is collaborative. This is a project that I had worked with students at Mass Art where I used to teach, and is also a result of a long-term relationship with a community organization, neighborhood association in Roxbury called Path Forward Neighborhood Association. And that also involved students. And then ultimately the city got involved. And essentially the summary of it is that this is an installation that commemorated the legacy of the Black Panther in Roxbury. And also it combined with a community garden that was a result of the advocacy that the Neighborhood Path Forward Association did in the neighborhood to prevent that plot from being kind of given away to developers. So this is an image of it, and this is kind of the end. This is an image of it as a community garden during the opening day, which was really nice summer day as well. But again, I want to kind of underscore that it's a collaborative effort. And it's one of those where usually when you teach and you have place-based teaching with communities, what we lack is an implementation. And this is one way we were lucky enough to actually work with students, work with communities, and actually implement something in the end that I will show in a minute. I'll skip through some of these slides, but I think the earlier conversations about issues of underdevelopment in Boston, I won't get into this, but I mean, it's well established that neighborhoods, especially that are part of Roxbury, they suffer from underdevelopment that shows things of poverty and lack of access to finances and lack of owner occupation of homes and housing. I think this was part of the conversation earlier on. And so this work that we did, or this installation that we did, is really the work of what this community partner does in the neighborhood. They advocate for housing in the neighborhood, they advocate for protection of green spaces, they advocate for protecting the heritage sites that they have on the site, and therefore our role was really to facilitate what they do. And so I think I want to also underscore that part of what we did in this was not to come in and say, this is what you have to do, was to partner with a partner that was already doing, advocating for this work. And obviously, some of the things that we are grappling with today, which is, access to healthcare, education, and community youth development, these are all areas that the Black Panther and the kind of social programs used to advocate way back then. So essentially what Neighborhood Association wanted to do was that this is a legacy that they wanted to protect on that site, because the services that were provided on that site that legacy was going to disappear if the site was going to be given away to housing or something like that. So part of what we did earlier on was to explore how the collaboration should happen, meaning that instead of us coming in and say we're going to design this thing and you build it, was how can we facilitate what they're already doing. So this idea of identifying ourselves where we sit and making sure that the community partners were the one at the center of the project. And also being open and transparent with them that without funding, it also just going to be one of those reports that it collects dust and nothing happens. And luckily at that time, they also were able to use the information that we produced to get funding. And the goals really were simple. There were two goals. One, they wanted to collate all the information that the Black Panther had done and was kind of relevant around the work they did in Boston and create an archive. And two, could there be an installation that could be made on that site to commemorate the legacy of what they did on that site? And this was during the pandemic, and this is a little image of the site. This was the fence. There's a fence that was installed on the site, and they wanted to use that fence as almost like as a billboard that can talk about what the Black Panther did. And we're doing all this design engagement with this organization during the pandemic, obviously doing screen shares. I like that image on the left there because that's an image that we're actually working with them via Zoom to try and translate some of the ideas, what they wanted to see. So one of the things was that they wanted the fence to be a billboard that can broadcast that legacy of what the Black Panther did. And in the end, we did quite a few design iterations of what this could be, which started with this fence being a billboard to something of a gateway to something of a gateway that does not really block the view into the garden. And also, again, that image on the top left is an image that was actually submitted and selected by a community member that they liked what it did and what it looked and felt like, and that became the basis for how the design of the mural actually evolved. And working with students, this is an image that one of our students actually produced as one way of trying to communicate what this final thing might look like. Which again, I saw an image earlier regarding, what kind of imagery can we use when you're working with community engagement. This was one where they were able to see where the gateway was going to be, the 10-point program was going to be displayed as part of the community garden, and that what was able to receive funding in order to implement. And working in another collaborative way to fabricate, once we got funding from the city, to fabricate what this gateway was going to look like and install it. We partnered with a friend of mine who is a fabricator in metalwork in order to be able to make this installation and also work with students. We worked with students during the summer to actually go and install. And Lorraine Wheeler, who is on this picture here in the middle, she was the kind of leader of this advocacy through the Path Forward Neighborhood Association. And they were also they brought the community as part of that participatory process of installing during the day of installation. And then this is the mural on the gateway. And again, as I mentioned, it's a part of a garden. It's not just a mural, it's a part of a garden which ultimately the community convinced the city to be able to fund as a way of, again, it addresses the issues of food security and other things that they're advocating for in the community. We also had students that I was working with collaborating actually the making of the garden. This is a group of students volunteering with the Red Sox. The Red Sox actually volunteered on this as well during the day that the garden was being made. And then overall, I think this was the opening day where the community garden was being opened, the mural being opened. Part of this, as I mentioned, was this idea of collating the imagery and photos and information about the Black Panther, and worked with students again to mount an exhibition, a community exhibition, which was to showcase and share the information we were able to find. And all of this was kind of curated and put together by students in partnership with the community. And I will end here that I think, actually I have one more slide. I think, again, this was an opportunity for students to be able to meet the community and showcase the work that they've done, and also the community to be able to share some of the stories that they had. And at this particular event, we also were able to connect to community members who had memorabilia and pictures that they wanted to share as part of this archive to be documented. And so I think this idea of leveraging engagement and partnership with educational institutions, communities, and funders is something that I did not only do in Roxbury, I continue to do in collaboration with the community in the North End, where I've worked with them since 2019 to advocate for protecting and preservation of the Nazaro Center into a community center that should not be turned into housing. And also work that I've done in the past in Haiti, where the idea of engaging with community partners becomes like a process of work and also a process of empowering local communities. And lastly, my current project that I'm working on in Benin, in Africa, again, leverages the same idea that, over in Benin, we're looking at protecting building heritage, but the process is kind of really the same. Like who in the community, who are the partners in the community could we engage with who are doing this work? And what does that partnership look like? So anyway, I will end here with just sharing that I think from my standpoint of view as an educator and as a practitioner, this opportunity to kind of connect institutions, communities, and municipal work and even funders in a collaborative work could offer and support local groups to be able to kind of improve their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we transition to our student awards, are there comments or examples of work? Chris? Questions?
Can everybody hear me? So, you need a mic. Here. Actually, I'll just keep it simple. So, in Boston, there's a lot of pride in Boston about its arts and music, cultural scene, although, and of course, a lot of that pride is in long-established institutions. And then there's a sort of perceived gap. And obviously, several of you are trying to address that gap because the gap is that a lot of those great institutions, I will not name them, but we're along the Avenue of the Arts here, so we all know who they are, seem remote from a lot of the residents of the city. So they have their own issues, but all of you seem to be working in areas that are trying to bridge those gaps. So just a quick question in this respect is there a city in the United States that you look at? I'm not going to ask about a city in Europe. A city in the United States that you look at and say, they're doing a good job of getting the arts out and incorporating the arts as part of city life in a way that people see as legitimate. Is there a city that's doing that in this country and that Boston could do more like that city? Tough question, I admit.
Take that.
I actually have gotten this question a lot, and I don't think it's fair to compare Boston to another city unless we're looking at Philadelphia, because we are so old in comparison to all these other cities that can do this sort of middle ground. At a breakfast this morning, all of this prepared me for this panel, with an institution, one of these that you're talking about, that is struggling to bring in new audiences. We were talking about how in Europe it's okay to cleave off the front of the building and put a glass box. But I think in Boston we're still hanging on to a past, and we haven't quite figured out how to say, yes, it's been 150 years that this institution has been around, and maybe it's okay to change. So I think there's a lot of us that are saying, the triennial in particular, here's some temporary things we can do. It's not that scary, and it's this acculturation process. But I think in the words of the last panel, we've done big things here. We put a highway underground, and then every other city wanted to do it. We've cleaned up our harbor, so maybe we're the city that can do it that other people look to.
Oh, I just want to piggyback on that now that you say, so I also couldn't compare to another city, but I can tell you what we're doing is we're taking some risks, and I'm really glad the city's allowing us to do that. We're coming in with, when you said the glass box, we're coming in with the building will be wrapped in a beautiful glass white tile, and over that tile, I don't know if anybody knows where we are, but we are at the end of Park Street on the corner of Tremont and Hamilton, right where the Orpheum is. Very, very visible. Tremont Street's a one-way. everybody sitting on Tremont Street all the way down to City Hall will actually see a rail car, a Nazi-era rail car enclosed in glass overhanging the building. You'll see it from the Freedom Trail side, and you'll also see it all the way down there. We plan to have it lit up at night, and as I said, we will be asking very difficult questions, and I think the city has been asking them, and they're ready to ask more. Because that's what young people want. They want these difficult questions. I really believe that. We have done so much research, not just on our own. We've hired so many consultants to come in and make sure that the risks that we are taking to dare to do something different, and we're hoping the other institutions will be ready to do that. I mean, we're exposing a Nazi-era rail car where from outside, the passers-by will watch the visitor inside walk onto the rail car and not exit, and working with the tour guides through Meet Boston and all the other companies, and not just to say, hey, there's the Holocaust Museum. Look, people are walking on the rail car. But what questions do we want them to ask? What do we want Paul Revere to ask on that Freedom Trail while he's waiting at the light to cross the street to go over to Park Street? They have plenty of time to do that. So I can at least speak for our institution. We are working with all of the institutions that are along that Freedom Trail, and they're very excited to see something new come and start to make some of those changes.
To your question, also, now that I've had a little time to think about it, there's a whole ecology for arts, and within that ecology, there's also, music and theater and dance, and so they're microcosms of ecology. And actually, I think Boston's is quite healthy. And so, for example, Kate mentions Philadelphia, which also has a lot going on in many different spheres. But in Boston, you have, just take music, yes, there's the Boston Symphony, but there are literally hundreds of performing groups throughout the metropolitan area. And if any one night, you can go to 5 or 6 different concerts, whether it's classical, jazz, pop, so, and the same with theater. There are so many young sort of pickup theaters that are performing. If you go to the Boston Center for the Arts on any night, there's a Black Box Theater there, and then there's the 3 Calderwood Theater. And so I think that the feeder to the big vaulted institutions is always on the ground. It's always the young startups, where the juice is, and what Kate is doing is absolutely phenomenal. It's where the juice is that's feeding the whole ecology. So I hear your complaint about the large old institutions, but those, even the Met in New York City, they didn't collect 20th century art until just recently they've started. So the old what do you call them? The sort of the big dogs in the room. They're always going to be big dogs, but they aren't going to innovate and lead in the way that what Kate is doing, or what the Somerville Theater Company that produced an incredible Magdalene performance the other night. So I think it's to that health that we really need to look. And what I'm concerned about with that is the aberration that's going on in terms of arts funding nationally from our endowments for the arts and the humanities is going to cripple that, I think, substantially, because they were feeding that.
I'll reinforce what Ann has said, and in terms of specific cities, other cities that I might compare us to, I would say Richmond, because of the mural project that has gone on there, that has done wonderful work in what is primarily a community of color. I would say Cincinnati, because of the work that the universities have done there. I would say us, of course. And I'd say, in the sense of long-term design, Paris, and also Venice. just because they are what they are, and they have found ways of integrating contemporary design and fashion and art into the fabric of what is, in each case, an older city that has integrated cutting-edge contemporary art, so that it's both about the artifact and the programming that supports the artifact, that makes you want to go to those places because there's a sense of art all around you. We are at our time, and we have some young people who are emerging. So,
but don't go anywhere yet, because I do want to give Heather the opportunity to show us or talk a little bit about what she has in store for us. And I just want to say, I can understand why Kitty really got into the arts. I don't think it's just because she was a dancer. I think it's because art kicks ass. I mean, like, artists say stuff that, like, other people cannot say. And she was a big fan, right, of saying things that other people could not say. So I am blown away by this final panel, and I think we gave it an appropriate place to, like, bring us home. But Heather, please tell us a little bit.
Yeah, I don't need to get up there to say it. I'll say it. I just want to, in response to your thing, I think the gap is a little bit invisible, too. It's not really a gap. It's full of stuff. Yeah, right. You just have to, like, be willing to walk away from the institution and spend time elsewhere. So this is a project that's coming soon to a city near you, this one. Many sites throughout this city. And it's a sort of meditation on grace, I think, giving each other grace, but also thinking about this in the context of the semi-quincentennial, which is upon us, and thinking about our imperfections both individually as people and as a country as we come upon that time, not just celebrating as we traditionally have. Look at us, we've made it 250 years, but looking at the embedded flaws and weaknesses from the beginning all the way till now. But that's in the background. In the foreground is just an opportunity to get into heaven, and pretty much everyone gets in. And that's done through witnessing another person in their sort of self-exploration about their strengths and weaknesses or efforts to be their best selves. So it's called Better Angels. It's a slight reference to our friend Abraham Lincoln and his effort to bring the country, his failed effort to bring the country together on the eve of the Civil War. But it's also about our individual better angels. And I'm going to do a very simple, like, dry run of the process with assistant angel Chip over there. And I was going to do it outside, but I actually think I'm going to commandeer this and do it up here while y'all have cake, and people can come here and then maneuver around, because it takes a little while with each person, and I don't know how many people will get through. So that's it. I hope that's everything. Yeah.
I love that. Fantastic. We do indeed have some student awards to do before we get to the cake. I know we're going to get there, I promise. But I first want to give a round of applause to our wonderful panel. Okay, so now on to our student awards. I'm really excited about this because we have two really just very fitting awards, I think, for the end of this program here. So I'm going to call up Alyssa Tardif and Paula Sampson to come and present the Kitty Dukakis Against All Odds Award.
Thank you. My name is Paula Sampson, and I am so proud to be here honoring some wonderful students and representing the Massachusetts Historical Society, where I work in the Education Department as the director for National History Day. For those of you who don't know National History Day, how many of you don't know National History Day? How many of you won't admit that you don't know National History Day? Come on. If you don't know National History Day, think science fair, but for history. About 5,000 students in the state of Massachusetts, and multiply that by every state in the union and a number of international affiliates as well, who work with an annual theme in their classrooms. The theme this year is Revolution, Reaction, and Reform in History. And our students take this topic, really deep, primary source, thoughtful research and inquiry, and they produce some unbelievable work. We work with students in grades 5 through 12. We have high school students with us tonight who are the recipients of these 2 wonderful awards. And they produce, at the other end, documentaries, websites, papers, live performances, museum quality exhibits, and podcasts. And they are really, it's just such inspirational work. And these are students sitting in our public and private schools who I hope will be sitting in your Husky classes very soon. They are terrific kids. And so tonight, we are really happy, both Alyssa and I are really happy to present the Kitty Dukakis Award. So I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa to do that.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alyssa Tardif. I am Director of Education at the Massachusetts Historical Society, and I am so pleased to be here, but so pleased too for the partnership that Mass Historical has with the Dukakis Center, with the School for Public Policy and Urban Affairs, and I just want to thank Alicia and Maria and Beverly for inviting us here today. It is our pleasure to help present the Kitty Dukakis Against All Odds Award to Lydia Dang and Maria Dang from Lexington High School for their group documentary, Anna May Wong and the Fight for Asian American Representation in Hollywood. If you would both, Lydia and Maria, come up and get your prize. And Lydia and Maria will speak just briefly about their wonderful project.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll take the floor. It's all yours. Good afternoon. My name is Lydia, and this is my sister, Maria. First of all, we would like to express our thanks to the organizers of the event, the Dukakis Center, Northeastern University, and the Massachusetts Historical Society for the opportunity to introduce our documentary on Anna May Wong. Our journey to the National History Day competition in Washington, D.C. started with the question, why did the first global Asian American movie star have to depart her country just to acquire for lead roles? We chose to share the narrative of Chinese American actress Anna May Wong because her professional journey marks a major change in the U.S. media. We learned how the American film industry's well-known golden age was built on a foundation of discrimination against actors with minority backgrounds. In the case of Asian Americans, the film industry employed practices like yellow faces on white performers to silence authentic representation. Moreover, producers and directors would repeatedly deny Anna May Wong film roles because of numerous administrative guidelines and policies under the Chinese Exclusion Act, and then the existing anti-miscegenation laws.
For us, this project became personal. As we sifted through the documents in the Library of Congress and at the Smithsonian, we saw photographs of the 1871 Chinese massacre and xenophobic propaganda used to dehumanize our community. At the same time, we also witnessed the strength of Anna May Wong. When cast out of Asian American cinema, she left for Arab and became a new woman. She would not allow filmmakers to pigeonhole her into a single identity. For our community today, this project offers a bridge. One story matters because we cannot understand history as just a collection of events that happened long ago. It dictates the stories of today. By raising awareness of her legacy, we not only became advocates of equitable and inclusive storytelling practices today, but also hope to show audiences how a single absence of a voice in our society can mean generations of diminished culture and history for every American.
It is our great honor to soon have the opportunity to present Anna May Wong's legacy at the National Historical Society in Washington. We thank you for this opportunity to share her courageous work. Once again, the USA stands at an inflection point where we must insist upon the founding values of our country, embedded in our Declaration of Independence. Namely, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Clearly, today we must add a woman to this profound opening remark in our nation's history, particularly women from significant different backgrounds. We believe that this is precisely in our unity across races, cultures, and time that we reinforce the most important value that our country has long defended, something Governor and Mrs. Dukakis defended throughout their long career in public service. Thank you all sincerely for this opportunity to share our documentary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and now to our last award of the evening, the Ted Landsmark Good Trouble Award. I'm going to ask Ted to award it to the deserving student. I don't even know who it is. It's like a big surprise reveal to me. And then I have Richard O'Brien on deck to then honor Ted as having the last word, because this is Richard's house, so he gets the last word before the cake. So take it away, Ted.
Well, look, we know what this is about. It's about stirring up the kind of trouble that makes a positive difference. I'm deeply honored to have this award associated with my name. I don't consider it named for me as such. But I'm looking forward to the awardees because you've demonstrated already your commitment to making the kind of good trouble that makes a difference, a positive difference in the world. And you have a lifetime ahead of you to continue this work that you've started. So Hannah Beezer and Ann Quartz, you're here. Come on up. Love seeing you. Don't stop.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You,
Thank you.
good.
Hi, my name is Ann Court, and I'm Hannah Beezer. Thank you so much for this award. This means a lot to us, especially because of what we learned while researching our topic, the Soweto Uprising. We chose this topic because we were drawn to the idea that students our own age were the ones who sparked such a massive shift in history. Their bravery was our inspiration, and it showed us that history isn't just about dates. It's about the choice to stand up when things are unjust, even if it's dangerous to do so.
It was a challenging process putting this documentary together, but stories like this deserve to be told accurately and with a lot of respect. And the things that we learned from this experience will stay with us for the rest of our lives. And we're really grateful that the judges in the Northeastern community saw the value in that. We would also like to thank our teachers and our parents and everyone who supported us along the way. Thank you for this honor and for helping us share this impactful story. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great night.
Says a roast, man. I just happened to watch the Kevin Hart roast the other day. No. Well, I guess I'm the one that stands between you all and going home, huh? I gotta share something because I'm just starting to realize that when you know people as a young person, that life has a way of bringing you full circle. And I've known Ted for quite a while. And as you grow and as you begin to expand your knowledge and expand your levels of experience, you begin to learn things about people that you've known all your life that you didn't know all along. And I was teasing Ted because I just realized how much he was into the arts the other day. And what I sense is happening for myself and the generations that are coming behind you all is that we are beginning to feel what your legacy and your work and your history is really all about. You know, as I grew up, my brothers and I, you know, we learned from our dad, of course, and we saw and experienced a lot of the difficult times. But right now, we know him better and the work that he's done now,
even though he's been gone over 30 years, more than we ever knew, because it's people like Ted and people like all of you all that knew him that help us to understand the impact. And Ted's legacy here at Northeastern is going to live for a long time, because yes, he was director of the Dukakis Center, but Ted the person, Ted the professional, Ted the activist, Ted the artist, Ted, all of these things are the things that impact us and our generation that's coming behind us. And I can't say enough about Ted's personality. They named that Good Trouble Award after you because you are good trouble, man. And he'll speak softly, but next thing you know, he just cut somebody off at the knees, But in the spirit of John Lewis, Ted represents all that John Lewis was about, and making sure that even as difficult as times can get, that there are people willing to step up and challenge things that are unjust, challenge things that are wrong, and make sure that they don't go unresponded to. And Ted is one of those people. And so we are fortunate here at Northeastern University that he is a colleague and a friend, but more importantly, he's a teacher. And the number of students' lives that he's impacted has been immense. And so I want to thank you, Ted, even though Alicia told me it was a roast. I want to thank you for all that you've done on behalf of everybody that is here. You have really had an impact here at Northeastern. And I just want to say one thing about our friend and colleague, Governor Dukakis. When I came to Northeastern, I first joined the political science department. Chris Basso and, John Ports and Barry Bluestone and Dennis Sullivan and all those guys embraced me when I came in. But I walked by Governor Dukakis' office and he saw me. He's good friends with my dad. They were fighting in the political fields together. And he said, he knew I was coming. He said, come here, sit down. And anybody who went into Dukakis' office, you knew you were going to get a lesson. He was going to teach you about something. And somehow we got on technology and talking about how political strategy now is so technologically based, and he'd listen to me talking. I just graduated in my doctoral program, and I'm telling him about all this new technology that we can use and all this other stuff. And he said, yeah, you still got to knock on doors, man. But what he was trying to communicate to me, and Ted does the same thing, is that it's the relationships with people that still matters to this day. Regardless of how advanced we get with technology, and I know all the concerns that we raise about AI, but nothing replaces those personal connections. And Ted is one of those people that I've yet to see anybody that don't like Ted. That's why when you said roast, I was like, how you gonna roast somebody that everybody likes? But it speaks to his genuineness and his personal warmth and how much he cares about people. And that's a lesson that all of us will take with us wherever we go. And so thank you once again, Ted. Can't say enough about how much you mean to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, we can sing happy birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It is Ted's birthday. We got a cake for him in the back. Yeah. Yeah, you got to sing. We're gonna sing happy birthday. All right. Let's sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ted. Happy birthday to you. Thank you all. So now your name is Ted Good Trouble Landsmark. You want, yeah. There you go.
Just one final word, as much in relation to my birthday as anything else. We're going through some very troubled times right now. That's obvious. And one of the things that you realize as you get to a certain age is that if you're persistent and you're a steady advocate, the worst passes, not because it just passes, but because of your advocacy. And the worst of this will pass because of the work you're doing. And I'm very appreciative of your being here, but more importantly, of the commitment that I know that you've shown to bringing about the kinds of changes that need to be made right now. So thank you very much. There's cake in the back.